Good morning, guys. How's it going?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Nandan,
Yeah.
Igor, have you
So,
guys
Hello.
taken any
Yes.
trades yet?
man, this week has been a pretty frustrating one for me personally. These moves have just been happening before I've been awake. Unfortunately, in the Asian session or just really early in my main trading session, I can't haven't been able to get up that early. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
because
I'll show
you
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 guys.
wake up really early, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, my main session is from 2:30 in the morning to 7:30, so I wake up
Oh
at
dear.
3:30.
Yeah, Asia.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's rough, but
I think my wife would divorce me if I had to do that.
uh, well, I'll
Anyway,
start off.
you want to
With
share?
yeah. I'll
All
go
right,
ahead and
let's
share
go
my
for it.
screen,
Excellent.
show everybody what happened last night.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, I missed it, but all right. Hopefully, you can see everything.
There we go.
Okay, let me
Yes.
zoom in. Okay, so I'm going to be focusing on the left-hand column here. So this is what happened in the Asian session. We had some we had New Zealand dollar strength come into play again. Some New Zealand dollar strength in today's main session, but majority of the moves happen in the Asian session. The best pairs, I mean, you could have traded almost anything against the New Zealand dollar and made some pips today. There are a lot of 1% moves, but the best pair to trade was the Euro New Zealand. And
Uh-huh.
Wow.
we'll take a look at the charts, but yeah, a 1.5% move, a big move. And same with the New Zealand Swiss, New Zealand dollar, New Zealand CAD, New Zealand yen, all above 1% moves. It's been pretty nice to see these moves. Wish they happened a little later, but that's the thing as traders, you can't get every single move. Yeah, there are some limitations to this, whether it be it's just what other commitments you have or just location wise. But yeah, so New Zealand dollar was definitely strong last night. If you got into I talked about the New Zealand dollar yesterday. If you got into that trend, man,
Mm-hmm.
that you're golden. You just set your stop to break even, ride that sucker out. You got lots of potential. I'll actually go over to my charts, show you
Oh
guys what
wow.
I'm talking about. So let's go into the New Zealand dollar pairs. I'll start off with the weekly time frames. Aussie New Zealand, man, I've never traded this pair. I don't think maybe once or twice, but I'm just gonna skip it because usually these pairs just bounce around. But yeah, I mean it is in a long-term downtrend, but I didn't really see too much in this chart. But the best mover, Euro New Zealand. So we were in a long-term uptrend earlier, and we're starting to move sideways on the weekly time frame. The daily has pulled back pretty hard, pretty aggressively.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the trend is no longer in place on the larger time frames, so this was a perfect day to go counter trend, or there was no trend, so this was a day for a reversal type of trade. um, I would say if you got into this trade, you might have gotten in, let's see, on the 30-minute charts, you would have gotten in here around, this is when the move started in the Asian session. And yeah, this 230 pip move right here. So it's a pretty big move. I think on the larger time frames like the 4 hour and the daily, I don't know if this pair is going to continuously move. The daily trend is not in place to the downside yet. It just looks a little awkward. The 4 hour is definitely strong. You are moving down pretty strong and aggressively. So I would say, you've already neared a support zone. This little consolidation area, the 1.9 area. I would say, keep monitoring this pair until after the main session ends. So, about an hour or something, and just see how the intraday is continuing. Look at the 15 minutes. If it's continuously moving down like this, it's just going down in a straight line and not really pulling back, and it just still has a lot of juice in it. I'd keep it all the way until potentially 1.886. But you know when the main session ends, after the main session, things start to kind of slow down a bit, and that might be your signal to get out. But you can always scale out a bunch of profit, half your lots, or 75% of your
Yes.
lots, and leave the rest at break even and let them ride.
Mm-hmm.
But this was definitely the best pair. I mean, looking at this 15-minute chart, you could have definitely taken a trade earlier today as well. But I mean, I thought it was was just way too late to the move, especially since we also had the Canadian dollar news. I was hoping the CAD would weaken, or sorry, strengthen, but yeah, not much really happened with the Canadian dollar. I think it strengthened or weakened initially, and then it started doing something weird after that. But um, yeah, with the pound New Zealand, weekly is not going anywhere. We don't have a larger term trend in place. The D1 is actually in a downtrend. Um, we're currently at a major support area, which is where it's at right now, 2.227. There, I think this pair has potential all the way down to this 2.20 zone area. I mean, I think there are multiple areas of support on the way down to 2.20, but if this New Zealand dollar strength continues, I don't see a reason why it can't come all the way back down to 2.20.
Okay.
So New Zealand CAD, didn't really see too much on this pair. Again, I was hoping for the exact opposite to happen with the Canadian dollar news, but that plan did not follow through. New Zealand CAD is just, I mean, you're approaching a pretty significant area of resistance. I'd say you're already pretty much in one. If you're trying to buy this pair right now, I think you're too late. The moves have already happened with this. And I think this pair needs to develop a little more for a larger time frame trend. Weekly time frame, I'd be looking for a break of 0.833 to have a buy and ride this trade out all the way up to the 0.856 area. But for right now, it's way too early to tell what's going on. We don't really have much in terms of Canadian dollar support, but New Zealand dollar is strong, so we'll see how this pair continues. New Zealand Swissy was strong long term. Now the Swissy strength has completely come out of the market. New Zealand dollar strength is totally in play right now. So that's why we're seeing this big pullback and potentially a reversal. If this New Zealand dollar strength continues, I don't know if it's going to take all this move back, but it can certainly take a chunk of it back. We're currently at the top of this range, so we'll see how the New Zealand Swiss reacts to the top of this range, and see if it's going to fail and fall back into the range and move to the downside. Maybe the Swissy will start to strengthen again, or if it's going to continue to the upside. But this is a trade I was really going to take or be interested in taking, not for now at least. New Zealand yen, it's nothing really interesting with this pair. There's not a lot of the charts are a little bit of a mess on this guy. The daily charts, there's not a lot of potential to your next resistance area. I mean, you got 100 pips to go potentially, but I don't really see too much merit. The charts don't look that smooth to me. I think you're approaching a major area of resistance. So moving on to my favorite pair out of the group is the New Zealand dollar. Yesterday we were down here. I was telling you guys to wait for a breakout at 0.585. You could have gotten into this pair last night in the Asian session, and hopefully you did. If you did, man, good job. You can certainly hold on to it. I would be taking profit because the 4-hour has just been moving up, 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 and up. It has not taken a break. You got to think of some of these pairs like a marathon runner. You can't just keep running forever. Sometimes you got to take a break, sit down, recharge. And I think that's that certainly could be a factor moving forward with the New Zealand dollar, especially on this 4-hour chart. I'd like to see some sort of consolidation, some movement sideways. But if the U.S. dollar weakness continues and the New Zealand dollar strength continues, I don't see a reason why this pair can't keep going up. Speaking of the New Zealand and the U.S. dollar strength, I'll actually pull up my spreadsheet and show you exactly what I'm seeing. So taking a look at the U.S. dollar pairs, the U.S. dollar is completely lined up on the daily time frame for weakness, and the 4-hour is starting to fall back in. We're starting to get some U.S. dollar weakness creeping back into the market, which is good to see, especially with the New Zealand dollar trade. The Swissy, again, it was strong long term. Short term strength has come out, and it's kind of consolidating, and a lot of pairs are making major pullbacks. Euro is largely mixed. There is some very, very small amount of weakness, but nothing long term I can see in terms of consistency, especially on the 4-hour. You have 4 out of 7 pairs going the same way. I like to see a minimum of at least 5 going the same way. You got to think of it in terms of probability. So 5 is always better than 4. You know, there could be, you can definitely trade the Euro New Zealand, but the New Zealand has to be the driver. You know, the Euro isn't really helping you. It's more so neutral in this game plan here. The yen, same thing. It's more so neutral. There's pairs going multiple directions. You know, there's a lot of no trends happening, so I don't really see much consistency with the Japanese yen. Pound is a bit interesting. You know, there is, again, it's almost the same as the euro, where we have 4 out of 7 going the same direction on the 4-hour. This doesn't necessarily indicate any bias, strength or weakness. I think it's more so neutral right now. I just need to see how this currency group develops over the next day or two to really make a judgment call on saying, is it strong or is it weak? But for now, it's more so neutral. Aussie dollar is starting to gain a little bit of traction in terms of strength, but again, it's not consistent. You know, we only got 1, 2, 3, 4 pairs on Aussie dollar going in strength. You know, uptrends or in Aussie dollar strength on the 4-hour. The daily is completely mixed, and the weekly is still showing weakness. So I don't know if that strength is going to continue to develop or if it's just going to stall out and fizzle out. So that would be interesting to see. Canadian dollar, we got a lot of mixed action going on. There's a lot of no trends, and there's not a lot of consistency there. But New Zealand dollar, this pair looks beautiful. Or this currency looks beautiful on the 4-hour. You got everything lined up with you.
Yes.
And if you look at, you know, the New Zealand dollar is 7 out of 7 on the 4-hour time frame, right? And you look at the U.S. dollar, we got 7 out of 7 on the daily time frame. So we have two currencies pushing the movement. We have New Zealand dollar strength and US dollar weakness. Now I take a look at the chart again. Let's take a look at the New Zealand dollar. Look at the weekly. You have a lot of potential. It broke out of this major weekly consolidation. It's chosen a direction to move up, and we've already broken out. Now I'm just looking for continuations. But this pairs have just been moving so strongly and aggressively. I'd like to see a larger consolidation on it on the 4-hour for a more aggressive entry. I think you can certainly enter into this pair, but just, you know, don't be too crazy with it. You're not at a fresh movement cycle right now. Other than that, I thought gold was interesting. We are getting a really nice consolidation on gold on the 4-hour and the daily. I'm just waiting for a break of these highs, and once it breaks these highs, I'd be comfortable going in with an aggressive entry. So I'm waiting for a breakout of 3246.9. Past there, we don't have any historical resistance. So I'd be monitoring how that pair continuously moves. You know, if we start to consolidate again, let's say we get a price breakout and we move about, you know, 300 pips tomorrow, right? I'm going to look at how the 4-hour and the 1-hour are continuing. You know, if they start to consolidate, that's my indication to take profit, you know, monitor the pair for a potential reversal. But for now, I think my game plan is to wait for a break of these highs and then continue higher. You know, the trend is still very strong. For now, I think that's pretty much. Actually, I'll go into the U.S. dollar pair since we have U.S. dollar weakness on the daily time frames. Yeah, I'm glad I actually did that. The Aussie dollar. This is another pair I'm really looking forward to. You know, it looks very similar to the New Zealand dollar pair. You know, this is the Aussie dollar on the weekly. This is the New Zealand dollar on the weekly. The Aussie dollar seems like it's lagging behind the New Zealand dollar. You know, Igor mentioned this before, the domino effect. You have a certain pair that usually leads a movement, and some pairs, you know, afterwards follow. They play catch up. So I think the Aussie dollar can certainly play catch up. And I mentioned before, the Aussie and New Zealand both usually do the same thing. You know, if the New Zealand dollar is going strong, it's not rare to see the Aussie dollar, you know, follow the strength and become strong as well. Right now, the New Zealand is the more dominant strength, but I certainly can see the Aussie dollar strengthening in the next few days. So I'm just waiting for a breakout of this major resistance area at 0.641, and past there, again, you know, same thing as the New Zealand dollar. I think we can continue all the way back up to 0.6817 resistance area. You know, if that, US dollar weakness continues, which for now it is certainly continuing, and we're starting to get more traction on the 4-hour for US dollar weakness. Euro USD, looking at the monthly time frame, we've broken out of this big range here, big resistance area. Weekly is in a very strong uptrend, but the daily is pulled back, and we're just consolidating on the 4-hour. That's pretty much what's happening. So if I was to take a trade on the Euro USD, for the long-term trend, it tells you it's got a lot of potential. You got about 600 pips of potential to the monthly highs of 1.21, the 216. This was all the way back in 2021, these levels. So if you're going to be in this trade, you're going to be in it for a long period of time. So I would just be waiting for a breakout of this area here at 1.146. Past there, I would be holding it for the long term. But it's too early to say if this pair will break out or not, because Euro is not supporting you. Euro is actually a little bit against the, you got weak, slightly weak against totally weak. So you got to keep that in mind. Pound US dollar. Pound is a little weird. It's a more neutral currency in this, but we're still in a very strong uptrend. On the weekly time frame, I think you have your next major target is going to be around 1.3395, and then past 1.3395, you have potential all the way back up to 1.360. But looking at this daily and the 4-hour, you've just been moving up aggressively. You haven't taken a break. It hasn't consolidated yet, so just keep that in mind. But moving on to the dollar CAD, this pair I was hoping to move downward into its weekly trend, but after today's news, but unfortunately that did not happen. I was hoping that Canadian dollar news would serve as a catalyst for it to break the support, and then I would be able to trade it based off of the momentum after the news. But we've pulled back pretty hard. We're actually just in this range. I don't know if it's going to pull back or if it's going to continue downward. It's just going sideways. So I'm waiting for a breakout of these lows here at 1.3825. Past there, I still think we have potential all the way down to 1.3496. And the weekly trend, you have a fresh cross on the weekly trend. So this is definitely a powerful trend in place. It's a strong trend in place. Dollar Swissy strength has pretty much come out, so we're consolidating, going sideways on the 4-hour, and the daily and the weekly still show you're in a very strong downtrend. But again, short-term momentum has come out, so I don't know what this pair is going to do. Dollar yen. This pair is a bit interesting. You're approaching, I think you're already in a major support area. Where it's currently consolidating right now at 142.15. I think that's a pretty significant area for this pair. I'd really want to see some yen strength come into play to help this pair out, because once you approach a significant area, you want to have two currencies really helping you for a continuation to break through significant support or resistance areas. So I think US dollar yen might be, it's too early to tell whether I'd consider this for a trade. As of right now, I'm not really considering it just because it's so close to a support area. I want to put the odds in my favor, and I want clear potential. This isn't clear potential. You got major areas of support in the way, near 50 to 100 pips away. So got a lot of junk in the way. So it kind of makes this pair less interesting to me. New Zealand dollar, we already went over that, and gold, we already went over that. I think that is pretty much for me. Let me take a look at my crypto chart. Crypto is, daily has crossed over on the crypto time frame. The trend indicators on the daily have crossed over to the upside. I still think it's way too early to determine whether this pair will continue up. Again, I feel like I sound like a broken record. I want to wait until 88,702. After that point, then I'm convinced, we have some potential to move to all the way to the highs and potentially break the highs and make higher highs. But for right now, it's approaching the top end of its weekly range. So I'm going to be monitoring how it consolidates or how it breaks through. And hopefully there's a catalyst for it. You know, hopefully if there is a catalyst for a breakthrough and we start moving up strongly, that'd be even better. But for now, it's just way too early to tell. Yeah, that's pretty much my market analysis for today.
Awesome.
We'll see how the market continues. And I don't know if I didn't check the news calendars. Let's check if we got any more news out.
We just had a lot of news out of Canada, the CPI numbers,
Yes.
and then
Yes.
that's pretty much it.
Yeah, tomorrow we have, well, tonight we have some pound CPI news. For me, it's tonight. And then tomorrow we have Canadian dollar interest rate coming out. So that'd be interesting to see how that is. We also got some US dollar news with Fed Chair Powell speaking, and yeah, it's a news heavy week. Tomorrow is definitely a news heavy day.
Tomorrow,
So,
quickly. Yeah.
Yes.
Retail sales.
Right.
Yeah. Then I think things calm down on Thursday, and then obviously Friday we have Good Friday. So.
Oh, right.
Yes.
I completely
Tomorrow
forgot.
will be the high impact news events coming out.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens tomorrow then.
Yes.
But yeah, it's been pretty frustrating for me. I've been missing all these moves just happening way too early.
Yeah. Sheesh. Can be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
Right, Igor, do you have some charts to show us there? Did you manage to get the
Yes.
charts back?
Yes, of course. I will share
cool.
a lot of things. So I
Okay.
will share my screen right now, entire screen. Okay, so let me start from the Forex calendar. So today we had a CPA for CAD, and this is the one more example how in the last several weeks the market rejects all kind of news. And this is the something that I'm thinking a lot about that. Today we have the similar problem. So we had a very bad data for a CAD. And I hope maybe we can see some push of the US dollar CAD up. And we didn't see that. So this is something that's happened the last few weeks. Even if you remember when we had a GDP, it was 5 times better than expected, and the market even there's no the smallest reaction. So like there's no news, and it was the really not frustrating, but a lot of traders using news as a catalyst in some moment to find a full pullback, to use that news to find better price level, and we are not able to see that very often. Okay. So I had one trade, and I will just show the trade is from the early morning. I waited for the small pullback during the UK range, and I entered into the British pound dollar at price level 1.3205. And this is the moment when I think that we can and we should create again a push upside. So I will just show you what is my opinion here related to the British pound dollar. So we have really clear trend here. So trend is the bullish trend. And one of the things that we can see on the chart is this is and for euro dollar and British pound dollar during the European session, we just touched the pivot point area. So not the pivot point level, pivot point area. When that happens, I know that the trend is so strong that we even don't touch the pivot point. So just touch the pivot point area and start to go bullish the whole day. So today we have two important levels. One level is 1.325. We touched that level. After that, we got reaction. And another level is 1.329 that we expect to have today. So right now, I'm waiting 6 minutes, and I will execute one trade. I want to see this candle to be bullish, the last 15 minutes candle to be bullish during the US opening range. And I would like to see the new high. So I will wait a couple minutes just to see what will happen there. Very similar situation is for euro dollar. The euro dollar is, of course, in a bullish trend last several days. And I just want to show something interesting. If you draw a trend line on the relative strength index for euro dollar, you can see this bearish bias. And a lot of traders will tell, oh, but this is the bearish. But if we just zoom out and go and look the big picture, we will realize that from the March 20 up to today, we have a bullish bias for euro dollar, actually, based on the relative strength index trend line. So this is the same thing for British pound dollar. If you go to the 30-minute chart and just zoom out a little bit, I will just make it this better to be seen with a black color like this. So if we go here and go from the April 4 and move this line, you will see a bullish trend for British pound dollar. So we are in bullish mode 10 days. And this we cannot forget in our technical analysis. So all these moves that we watch in last couple hours, it's just a noise. And this is good for trading because we have a bias, and that's very, very important. So for euro dollar and British pound dollar, I see the bullish trend. The same thing is for euro dollar. I will just a little bit zoom in this to be seen better. Just a moment. I hope today my charts are against me. Yes, this is it. Maybe to zoom in. Yes, I think now it's much better. So this was a healthy pullback today. So from the euro session till now, we had, like I see, I think 60 pips pullback, which is really, really, really good. So my bullish bearish invalidation point is around level 1.1127. So here is my bullish bearish invalidation point for today. So I think that we are very good related to price when we talk about euro dollar. So if we analyze the other pairs that I'm watching, Aussie dollar, beautiful, really beautiful. This is for me, excellent point for long-term trade. The only problem is to pick the good stop loss. So like I said, I'm ready to take 700 pips here because this is really, really good, like a V shape, very good technically push. But the problem is we're on some kind of the resistance here. But we broke a relative strength index trend line a couple days ago. So for me, I'm ready to enter in this trade in any moment. And the same story for New Zealand dollar. But if I need to pick New Zealand dollar or Aussie dollar, I will pick Aussie dollar just because the New Zealand dollar is so strong that I'm a little bit late here to enter into trade. Maybe a couple days ago it was a better plan to enter, but right now we're too much up, and my risk reward ratio would be a little bit less than I used to trade. So I don't like a New Zealand dollar risk reward ratio right now, but for Aussie dollar I think it's okay. It's okay. And here I'm maybe ready to enter into trade in some moment. And US dollar Japanese yen, I don't touch this pair because we are on the bottom of the channel, but I don't know. This is the market that really I don't feel comfortable for trading. And I want to see something, some push, some maybe engulfing pattern, something just to go there and think about that. And US dollar Swiss, I'm a little bit ready to make a buy trade. And I will tell you just what's happened here. What I see right now, I monitor what are the big players are doing in futures market. If we go, for example, on the COT report, you can see one very important thing, and this is the real traders, so the large funds, so the large speculators. This is the green color on this chart that you see right now. You can see from the last week a huge number. It's a huge number from this 42,764 to, I will just find this number here. This is the new data, 30,000. So if we calculate, we can see a lot of positions. It's I think 30% of the positions are closed. So the big dogs, they're closing their sell positions for the US dollar Swiss franc. And this is right now I think I can tell that the first trigger that I'm taking right now, that maybe we are ready for some larger either pullback, maybe a trend shift or something like that. Of course, with the weak dollar, we cannot expect some huge impact there. But I think that this is not the joke. So this is really not the joke. When this something happen, usually we can see a trend shift, because I didn't expect to see this huge push on this COT report, and I'm monitoring right now, and I want to see today how this day will finish. If I see the daily candle, if I see that there is a momentum, I will watch later, and I will describe how I watch the volume, and if a couple of triggers just align, I will be ready to take a big long-term position trade here. And the last two things that I want to show, I have one trade. It's US dollar. It's Dow index. I had a little bit luck, just because during the session I was present in that moment. We had a huge bullish candle a couple days ago, and then we had a bearish candle, and I had some kind of luck to touch very good level, and now last 3 days we are above this level and we are going up. So this kind of trade can be maybe a long trade for me. I'm ready to keep it very long. My price, it's an entry position. I break even right now. But what I like to see is this is the problem with charts. I cannot move the charts very good, and no, this is impossible. So I hope that maybe we can see that stock market, because the stock market disruption that we had was just because of tariff war. There's no fundamental reason for stocks to go down if we think a little bit. This is just speculations. I see that Donald Trump every single day talking about, no, we'll not put the tariffs on cell phones today. No, we don't. I plan not to be for cars, then for this and for this. And by step, he's removing a lot of tariffs. And I think that this is some political game with China and the partners. And I see that Donald Trump plans not to put big tariffs on the UK. He's trying to make some kind of better deal for UK residents and the UK government and everything. So I'm seeing that there is political games here, which there's no any clue that this can keep market down because of something. So this is the very healthy pullback by analysis, statistical analysis. The stock market usually in some quarter of the 1 century, there was around maybe 5-6 times that we can see pullback of 25%. We had more than 20% with this tariff if you just check Dow index up to here. So maybe this was the correction, and maybe if we enter right now into the, like I entered into the trade, maybe this trade can be longer term, not just day, week. Maybe I can push this monthly. So we will see. But I just wanted to think about that just a little bit from investor point of view. But like I say, the targets, potential targets are, of course, this target around 42,000 level, and then the high from the February month, and of course maybe it to be interesting. So I will see what happened there. And I was disappointed because US dollar CAD. So we had after the news, very bad news for CAD. We started to go up 1 hour, 2 hours, and then this hour again we are down, and this is not good. Now I'm back to my trade to see where is the price. If I go to the 15 minutes, I see the price is around 1.3225. Right now, what I can do is I can create one very small trade, just to try to touch interesting level here. I will really reduce my position size because I already have one position. I will buy right now. So what I expect here is to put a stop loss at 318 and to take a profit at 329. So there is enough room for my stop loss, and I already have one trade here. So I made an additional trade to the previous trade, and I want today to see 1.329, and it will be good to see this level because we already reached 325, and there is based on the support and resistance levels in the last 10 years, we can see that level is a level of interest. Very often it was even several times a daily high or daily low. So I think that we can reach this level because today we started, I think, around 1.317. It was the opening of the day. Just to see, I'm just interested what was the open of this day. I can see, okay, just on my chart here, just to see what was the opening today. Okay, the opening for today, because this is the UK session. Yes, it's 1.318. So this was the open, and we are just 40 pips above the open. The low of the day was 1.316, which is good. And the good thing that I like right now is that we are volatility is lower and lower every single day. And right now, I expect to see 100 pips volatility during the day, which can be interesting, because these 200 pips moves up and down, and very very hard to put a stop loss. And okay, it's not hard. You just need to reduce 2 times your position size. But I think that we are on very good levels for stop loss, for targets. We actually, it's a little bit easier to predict the possible resistance, because during the day I can have up to 2 resistance, one normal resistance and one extended resistance. And when we have volatile market, I can have 3, 4, because I don't know what will happen, or 200 pips, 220 pips. It's insane. But right now, everything is clear. So we can a little bit relax and follow our trades. So for this point of the session now, I just wanted to show these 2 levels. Just one moment. I think that we have a good level here, good level for euro dollar. Yes, we have a really good level for euro dollar. I think that maybe we can make one buy order for euro dollar too, because just to see the price. Yes, hourly candle is finished, will be finished very soon in 5 minutes. So I will create one more trade, of course, with very small risk. I will not because the euro dollar and British pound dollar are correlated, and because of that I cannot trade a lot here. But the good thing it oh no, I created one another British pound dollar trade. This was the mistake. Okay, I wanted to take the euro dollar. Just a moment. um, I will just create this trade because this trade can be interesting. Even I know that these two pairs are correlated. I will just explain why I'm creating these two trades. Um, just to show where is the chart, my positions. Okay. So I will modify my positions. Like I said, I will put my stop loss to 1.27, and I will not define the take profit. And this is the reason why I'm opening this trade. Right now we are bearish here. There is enough room here for a pullback and a move down. I don't want to be so accurate with these trades, because what I want to see a bigger push for euro dollar. I think that this level that we got in April 11 is not finished. We will have some kind of the push again here. I expect that because British pound dollar, we didn't touch even the October high. October high was 1.334 level. Right now we are 200 pips below that. So there is a plenty room, and for euro dollar and for British pound dollar, to go up. So another thing that I'm watching very, very critically is the fundamental reason. Because if the special deal for UK from the Trump, there is a high probability that the UK government will get a special deal with tariffs that will be push for British economy. So there is a additional chance that British pound dollar can go up there, and a little bit the pound. And I think that fundamentally we have good things there too. So this is why I have an euro dollar and British pound trades, and I want to monitor that, and maybe I hope for some bigger targets. So I think that 200 pips for British pound dollar in 1 or 2 days, it's nothing. We can accomplish that, and maybe we can go further up, because right now, even when I check, for example, just to show you the COT report, look this right now. The difference between the large speculators and the commercials, it's not so big. There is a room for a big risk reward, even up, even down. So we are nothing here if you're just thinking about risk reward ratio and what there is the ultimate low or high for British pound dollar. So this is why I'm waiting, and I expect to see bigger gains. Of course, the market probability can just go against me. If something happen, what I will monitor, just to repeat again, is that I'm watching on a 30-minute chart, and for the euro dollar and British pound, this trend line. If I see some high push lower, especially for British pound dollar like this, because this trend line is from April 4. If I see breakdown here, this will be the first signal that we will have a larger pullback, and I will be out of that and wait to see what's happened with trade. I will not go short. I will just wait to see what will happen. But for now, for euro dollar and British pound, I'm bullish. So sorry, because maybe I I spoke a little bit longer here.
No
I
worries.
stop my screen. Sorry, Richard.
You
need to
good.
say something.
We got plenty of time.
No worries.
Yes, no problem.
Let me just quickly
So,
get my
Richard,
screen ready here.
did you have some interesting trade in the past 24 hours, Richard?
I did not. Actually took a little short trade in gold today. Did not really run much, but I'll just quickly concentrate here on the actual charts that we are following, or I'm following during these sessions. Let me just quickly share my screen with you guys, and then we'll have a quick look. There we go.
Yep.
Right, so you can see my screen there. NASDAQ
Yes.
actually broke above a little level here. I should be on the 5-minute here. And that level being at 18,953. Now, this was a bit of a high. When was this? Yesterday. We had that high price move lower. It didn't really take out these lows, and it's now gravitated back to the upside again. So with this strategy, I am now looking for a potential short. All right. So again, the first thing that I want to do is look at the 1-minute time frame, and I want to see if I can spot a price structure point, right? That formed part of this move to the upside. One that really nicely stands out. Let me just get rid of my magnet mode. So you can see price made higher highs, high lows, and it moved into that high. This after breaking at level. So if price can now make its way lower and then break this structure point, then I would be interested in taking a short. And I will be taking a short if I can then get a fair value gap to form, or as Walter calls it, an imbalance zone, and then use that as a trade entry location. All right, so that's the plan thus far. I could probably be a bit more aggressive and say that this was a price structure point over here, a little bit higher up. But I mean, it's just a visual mess up here. This looks a bit more like a, how can I say, a conservative looking price structure point. So I'm trying to not force to see things that's not really there. So should price break below that level, that's around 18,900 on the NASDAQ, give me a fair value gap, then I'll be willing to take an entry at a retest of that zone. Now, here on the ES, or the S&P 500, price also taken out that little lower high of yesterday. And above that, I should actually update these lines. We have these highs over here that actually there was a reversal that occurred during my time window. It's just on the 1-minute, which was why I'm not going to show this. I didn't get a fair value gap in that area. So that is the next level to the upside that I might be looking for a reversal around about 5,463 if the ES doesn't reverse lower from here. Again, the ES and the NASDAQ follow each other very similarly in price action. But I do look at them both because sometimes there might be a bit more of a clearer price structure point on the one where you don't have it on the other. And sometimes you get a fair value gap on the one and you don't get it on the other. So I have to sit here like a hawk at the moment. If price does move back up to the upside, then this will probably be off the table for both the ES and the NASDAQ. So I really need to start seeing some weakness creeping in here, and especially a break of a price structure point. Right, so here we're sitting with crude oil. Again, price also obviously within my trading zone or time frame, time window, should I say. We got an overnight session high here around 61.57, and then we have today's low thus far around 60.43, but very close to that we have yesterday's low at 60.15. So price sort of a little bit in the range of that upper 61.57 and 60.15. So not much to do here on crude oil unless price takes out one of those levels, and then same as I look for on the ES or the NASDAQ starts reversing lower. Right, so then I want to take a look here at yesterday's, I wouldn't say it's a new strategy. I used to trade this on the All Share Index in South Africa. And what I'm looking for here, and especially on the NASDAQ, is to determine the high and the low of the first 15 minutes. So the opening range when the New York session started. So from 9:30 till 9:45. So you can see this block over here is actually that high at 9:30, and 3 candles later at its close, 9:45, we had the low here. So the idea with this strategy is a bit of a scalping strategy. It's very aggressive in nature, is that you want to wait for, here on the 5-minute time frame, for the first candle that actually closes outside of that range, at first 15-minute range, to then take a short. And then go to a 1-minute time frame. I'll quickly show you that on a chart here. And if price is really, really close, and remember, you have to wait for the first candle on the 5-minute to actually close outside of it, not wick outside of that range. It needs to close outside of it. So that was around about, where was this? Pretty late during the day. So I didn't catch this, obviously, or showing you guys this because the morning session that we're actually hosting right now already ended. But we had a nice little retest of that lower end of that range, and that would have been a nice little entry. Okay, and then you can see right after price moved to the downside. Now, what I typically like to do with this strategy is not to have a set target. Use a very tight stop. In this case, probably just around this little swing over here. And again, I didn't take this, and what we'll try to do in the next coming days and next week, going into the future with these sessions, is to actually trade this strategy as well. So you guys can see a few more trades actually happening. But in any case, from a trade management perspective, once it's actually open, I would like to see, as price makes its way lower, in this case, in a bearish scenario, look what you call a little ledge to form. Right. So basically, price breaks obviously a previous swing low, and price pulls back into it. If it gets rejected from there, then you can start moving your stop loss lower. So I'm not using a target. I'm just using a dynamic stop loss, where in this case, let's make that red a little bit wider for you guys to see, would have initially been there. Right. And as got in around about here, let's make that green. You have to be very quick with this. In this case, you probably had 2-3 minutes to actually get into that trade at a really good level. The unfortunate thing about this is with the NASDAQ can move really, really fast. So, sometimes you might not get into a trade and you miss that run and just will not chase it. So that was the initial stop there. Price breaks a previous little low, pulls back into it, gets rejected, what we call a ledge. Some call it a shelf, and you start moving your stop above that area. In this case, in a bearish scenario. Same thing happened over here. Price, as it breaks this little low here, it made a little shelf again. Price pulls back into it, gets rejected, moves back to the downside. If that occurs, then you start moving your stop again. If that makes sense, right? Yes. Then as price takes out this little low over here, this is probably where you'll start getting aggressive. We have not really a nice visible shelf over here, but we had a little area of consolidation, and price breaks it. It retests, in this case, makes its way all the way back to the upside. So you could either have moved that aggressively down to the downside, which I would have done. Not expecting for the market to obviously melt down, get reverse at any single time or enter into a ranging sort of consolidation phase. But a nice move overall if I've obviously traded this. And again, this occurred after price mucked around in that first 15-minute opening range after we closed the room yesterday. So looking at today, let me just get today's price action out for you guys here. And this again on 5 minutes. We've got an opening range here from 18,831 on the lower end. That's at 9:30 when this candle started. Count 3 candles. We got an opening high, or that high of that range here at 18,949. Right? Then we had a breakout with a close right after that. So according to this strategy, you should be long at the moment. Now, the reason why I didn't want to take this trade, and you should probably separate two different strategies from each other, is just because we are sitting here on my other NASDAQ chart at that level of yesterday. And as we've seen previously, these levels tend to be taken out, and you get that liquidity sweep that I always talk about, and then you get a reversal lower. So if there was, for example, an opening range down here somewhere, again, I'm not showing this on the other chart, but let's say it was lower down, and you then get that breakout on the 5-minute out of that 15-minute opening range with enough space towards that area, then one could say, yeah, I'll take the trade, if it makes sense for you guys, right? I don't want to actually take a trade using that strategy if it's actually price approaching a potential level where we might get a reversal from. So that's what I'm looking at the moment. If the NASDAQ doesn't move much higher from here, gives me a little bit of weakness, then I'll trade this with my liquidity sweep strategy. I expecting a decline to the downside. Same thing on the ES. And on crude oil, as I said, price is sort of in the middle between that high of that upper level, 61.57, or very close to it, actually, more of like the top third quarter, and this low of yesterday at 60.15. So that's what I'm looking at. Have I taken this trade? Probably would still be in it and still be a little bit profitable, but I hope you guys understand that scenario that I want to be trading into a level where we could potentially get a reversal from. So just a little bit more of an aggressive strategy. Might be getting a bit more trades during these sessions. So again, you can't force these trades either. Yesterday, unfortunately, we had to wait quite a long time. Or sorry, we didn't have to wait. By the time we closed the session, again, Nandan was with me yesterday. We were looking at this range. Price was stuck inside of it, and it didn't actually move out of it. So there was no trade, unfortunately. And that's what I'm looking at currently.
Yes. Nice, nice.
Yeah. Right. So I don't know if you guys are seeing anything there.
How are your trades progressing so far, Igor?
I would just share a few things just to show you, just a little bit to explain some of my moves right now. So I hope that you will enjoy this. Okay, so right now I added on my trading view chart, I added one indicator. It's a free indicator. It's called a volume suit. You have the several volume indicators in one indicator. So one of that indicator that it's very important for trading is relative volume. So I would just give just for definition, just to understand, just to add. Okay, we are seeing right now. So I'll just give you just a few information for people that watch right now. So in stock trading and futures trading, a lot of traders like to use relative volume indicators. We have a current volume. It's a volume that we trade today. And we have average volume. It's average volume over the set number of past days, for example, 10 days, 20 days, 30 days. And what we we just compare that two volumes, current volume and average volume. So if we have a more volume right now than usual, it is a higher interest, potential breakout or news-driven move. And if we have a less than one, we can define that as a low interest, range bound, etc., etc. However, people who trade stocks, for example, they like to use relative and futures. They like to use the relative volume to trade above 2, and they have rules, they have alerts and the filters. They do not want to trade assets with a low volume, and especially on daily, on 1 hour, something like that. And you can see very often a breakout with a low volume, and usually it's not a real breakout. So using that knowledge, we can analyze the currency market. So right now, I'm looking for the euro euro future. If you want to use the futures on the trading view, you just press the 6, number 6, and then you will see the list of the futures in the market, the futures assets, and one of them is a euro dollar. So what we can see right now, for example, right now, what we can see, look this. You see the bearish candles on the euro. And this moment, I can show you very high, almost free volume, bullish candle here. That is the sign that we can go up. There is a probability we could go up if we ended this pullback. And usually I use that to find the best entry position for my trades. Of course, this is nothing. I can lose my trade. There is always high probability that I will not succeed. But I like to use that, especially on daily chart. And I will just show on daily chart to get better perspective how that can be very, very powerful. For example, I will just show you this candle. This candle is, as you can see, relative volume is almost free. So one of the highest relative volume that you can see. And on the chart here, you see this big green candle. And in the same time, this is the relative strength index trend line breakout on that moment. So if I were bullish on the January 21 on this year, look, it was the level around 1.04. Look where we are today. So I would just want to show how that can be powerful sometimes to spot the right moment to enter into the trade. When you see the trigger, breakout, imported candle, anything plus a strong volume, and when you combine everything, you have several triggers you can enter into the trade. So this is the real stuff. Especially sometimes you can see the false breakout. This is the false breakout here for euro dollar. This moment in November 2024. In one moment you see the strong bearish candle, just to remind you that you can stay on the track, and you will see a lot of bearish candles with a high volume here because we are in the bearish market. Of course, sometimes this can be very beneficial. I will just show one moment that I was a little bit I had a question, and this helped me to make better decision. Look this, the September 12 last year. We had a big bearish volume here, relative volume, huge, almost free. And look how that candle was small. So we had a small candle, but the huge bearish move here. What's happened here? We had a small false breakout push here, but the market was already here, already in the bearish mood. So that means I watched later on the COT report. In this moment, a lot of large speculators started to build the sell positions for the British pound dollar. And they started to build sell positions. Of course, price went up. There was a lot of buyers, the retail traders buying at some moment, etc. But very soon we touched the high, and after that it was disaster. We had more than 1,000 or 1,200 pips down. So this can be very beneficial when you see the small candle on the chart, but you see the huge volume candle and relative volume, and this sometimes can really help you. The same thing is the January 21st, the big bullish candle like for euro dollar. So this was a real indication, and the relative strength index was breakout that day, that we can go to the buy trade side, because the market structure, the big bearish market structures was ended. So this is really good stuff that people can use just to protect from the false breakout, because sometimes you break some range, but you're not completely sure, are you now on the opposite side or you are still on the old bias and old perspective, and this can be very good thing. Of course, this is not the indicator that's holy grail that can help you every single time, but just give you like people use the footprints or the volume profiles in the same thing. You can use this just to spot, to see is it the movement real or fake. For example, look this, last week we had these two bearish candles. Look this volume, it was huge bearish volumes. This was real. So this is not fake. Of course, we had a breakout after that, but this wasn't fake. This is real. So this can be really powerful. Yes, please.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but
Yes,
got
please,
into that reversal trade of mine, and now price is sharply declining. Can I just quickly share that? I'm sorry for interrupting.
Please, can you? Yes, please. No problem. Please share. I just want to see.
Here we go.
Wow, beautiful.
So again, this being on the 1 minute, that was that level I was watching. And one of the reasons I didn't want to take that breakout trade, which I told you guys about in the range. So price moved lower. That price structure point, which is this pink line over here, actually changed. I was a bit more aggressive on this. Remember, we were looking at things around about here. I said that price structure point was down here. Then price made a new high, immediately reversed lower, took out price structure on the 1 minute, going up, nice 5-wave move. We had a fair value gap that formed between that candle that was the actual high, the second candle with a long range body, and that third green candle. Price pulled into it, got short, actually didn't really get a nice trade on there. I hit market order. So not 100% of a perfect sort of entry, but then we've seen a very sharp decline lower. So a very sharp drop here. I'm already going to start being aggressive with this trade. Go to break even and a tick or so in my favor. And then hopefully that, price continues lower. Generally with this, I will use a target, normally a 1 to 3. Or I can just start trailing my stop lower dynamically as well, and again get stopped out that way. But look how volatile things are here, and we've seen this so often. You get these V-shaped bottoms and price just immediately reverses back upwards again. So yeah, hopefully we get a decline further lower, further down. And I've actually got the secondary target right about here where we have the overnight session low. Price is going to get there or not, who knows? All right, but let's see. So I'm in that trade. Sorry for interrupting again, Igor.
No,
but this
no
literally
problem.
happened like in 2-3 minutes while you were chatting there, and a very strong decline lowers. So let's see.
Yes. Just
so if I do get stopped out here, no problem. I'll walk away with a little bit of a profit, but I'm willing to hold this one a little bit longer. We'll see how things go.
One question, Richard, for you. Just to recap in a short way, just triggers for your trade. Just one more time, just
no worries.
For this beautiful trade.
Let me just move this out of the way. I've actually discovered you can do that with the platform yesterday, because normally these labels are here in between the price action.
Yes.
So remember what I was saying? I was waiting for, let's go to the 5 minute. Oops, and now something's freezing up here. You see how it's doing that? Let me just refresh and see what happens. Maybe I can bring it back.
Here it is.
There we go. All right, so on the 5 minute,
okay,
during my trade window, which spans from 9 till 11, I want to see a reversal. Generally, after price takes out a level. Now, this could be a previous day's high or low, be a lower low, lower high, whatever the case might be. Remember, we were looking at this one over here at 18,953. Price took it out. It did muck around a little bit, But as it did that, like I mentioned, I want to start seeing weakness. And I think when we started looking at this trade, and this was, I think, when was this? About 15 minutes into our session already. We were here somewhere, right?
Yes.
And I was saying that price would need to, on the 1 minute, I need to spot a pretty clear price structure point that needs to be broken. If that gets broken and I get a fair value gap on the 1 minute, I want to see price revisit or move into that fair value gap, assuming that it might act as resistance in this case. But then when you were on, Igor, price then actually broke this high again, but didn't do so by a fair distance. It actually just pipped above it, but it did step nicely upwards. And yeah, I have to say, oh damn it,
Yes.
this last higher low over here, during this 5-step move to the upside is a bit of an aggressive assumption that it was a price structure point, but I just went with it. We've seen a fast and sharp decline, price breaking that. And in this case, I don't have to see a candle close below that point. I just want to see that previous structure point to be actually broken. And I did have a fair value gap right there. Again, fair value gap that forms during a 3 candlestick formation. In this case, that high with a long range body. And then we had this green candle. A lot of traders will tell you need another red candle for it to be a proper fair value gap. I think that's a bunch of nonsense. For me, that is a fair value gap, always normally generated by the second candle in formation with the long range body. So actually, while you were chatting, price moved into it, pulled down. I thought, like, I'm going to miss this, and actually just went in market order because price already got into it. And this literally occurred as soon as it retested that area, like in a few seconds. And that was sort of like a really good indication that I'm on the right side of this. Stop loss was originally over here, above this swing high. And yeah, now we're getting a decline. And I'm aggressively starting to trail low. So hopefully that explains the entry criteria, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, beautiful trade.
Thanks. So what I could do, let's say price takes out this little swing low, then, I can start trailing lower, or as price hopefully gets close to the overnight session low, then I could maybe just aggressively start trailing it even lower.
Beautiful.
So either have a set target, try and go for a very large risk-reward ratio, or dynamically get out. And I find these days with this volatility in the markets, it's probably better to dynamically trail your stop loss than rather go for a very large risk-reward ratio, because the chances are that it might reach it, but it's everything that happens in between where you can get stopped out quite often with this volatility we've been experiencing. So let's see. Price takes out this low, then I'm going to trail it to about 18,895. Alternatively, we might see a move up and I get stopped out, but let's see. How are we doing for time anyway? We've still got about 15, 17 minutes left. So we'll see how this plays out.
Yes.
So there's a lot of moving parts to the actual liquidity sweep strategy, switching between the 5 and the 1 minute. But the more you look at it, the quicker you do spot these areas, but you have to be quite quick getting in. You have to execute and not, doubt yourself.
Yes. And they are around US opening range. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Sometimes you get actual reversals at around about the 9 a.m. mark, but in the majority of the cases, when most of the volume starts happening in around 9:30, in this case,
yes,
you actually had to move up, taking out that low and then a reversal lower. But as long as you get all of these conditions, basically a break of this trend reversal lower after a break of a level you've identified, then, and a fair value gap, and a break of structure. There's a lot of things that need to fall in place. But generally, when they do fall in place, the strategy really works out well. Sometimes you just get a reversal. Price doesn't look back. You've got fair value gaps all over the show. Price doesn't test it, but you need to have some sort of entry criteria, right, that you have to stick with. Otherwise, you end up chasing the market and making mistakes.
Nice.
Right, so I rudely interrupted you, Igor. I'll keep an eye on things here, so please continue if you have anything else to show there.
No problem, no problem. So I just explained the trades that I took and the relative, using the relative volume right now. So so what I'm watching right now, like I said, you can spot a lot of things using the volume. So for example, we are watching the Euro futures right now. So if I go to the 1 hour chart, you can see how this candle here, this is the last closed candle. It's a small candle, but look the relative volume, big bullish relative volume. And that means that we are very close to our pullback if the pullback exists. Of course, probabilities, 55, 60%. It's not 100%, but we are fighting with chances. We are trying to find the good spots. And what's happened right now is we touch in the next just after the US opening range, we touch that low, and there is some kind of rejection of that low. Of course, I don't know what will happen, but I just enter in the moment when I spot that difference in the price. If I just go and check the price, I think that in trading view, some prices are not completely live. I think there is a delayed for the real market. But I would just show you maybe one couple example, just we'll go to see my trades, how they work just in these last 15 minutes. So for example, Australian dollars, the same thing we can find on the daily chart. A lot of interesting things, like look this huge bearish volume, which you can see how that's capitulating here down after that. Usually this volume was real last week. It was the short term, but it was a real bearish volume. So after that change, it start to go up. Then here, as you can see, strong bullish candle on September 24, and after that a strong bullish move. So you always, before the big move on the daily chart, you need to have some kind of the trigger. And this relative volume, higher relative volume, above 2, around 3, is very good, especially for stocks, for example. So I know that some hedge funds and some big companies, they don't want to trade. So their traders, they do not allow them to trade stocks if the relative volume is not higher. So they have additional trigger for any kind of trading. So this is very, very good tool that sometimes can help you, not always, but it's a good for a trading. And now I just want to see my trades and what's happened with my trades. I will share the screen just to see what's happened right now with the trades. And my trades, for example, euro dollar, we touch 1.1285 almost, and now we have a push of 30 pips in just 15 minutes on the euro dollar. And of course, my trade is going positive right now, and I hope that we will go for the new highs in next moments. For my British pound dollar trades, you look what's happened. So we touched the 50% Fibonacci retracement. I was entering around previous level, but I can never guess to the pip, and it's not important. It's important to find a good stop loss and it's important to have a bias and to have a plan and nothing else. So right now we are going bullish. I want to break this. I want in next 1 or 2 hours to go to the previous high at 1.325, and then my beautiful target for today, 1.329. And if we accomplish that, it will be huge, excellent profit related to the risk reward ratio, and that can be very, very interesting for all traders. So as you can see, it's beautiful. And the good thing, just to see what's euro dollar doing right now, Aussie dollar was doing right now. I like to see that all US pairs
Igor, are
follow.
you sharing your chart, by the way?
Just to see.
I don't see it on the screen yet.
Okay. I will just share again. Maybe we lost. Do you see now?
There you go.
There we go.
Excellent. So as you can see on the euro dollar, this is the push that we have right now. So it's like I see here, it's a more than 40 pips right now in just a 15 minutes, just when the US opening range is ended, and maybe a couple minutes after that. The British pound too, we are approaching, like I said, to 1.325 level, and next level is 1.325.9. And of course, I wanted just to see what's happened with Aussie dollar, because I would like to see a push here, but the Aussie dollar, there's no momentum like I expect. So yes, there's no momentum here. I just want to wait a little bit, maybe for some swing trade there. But the good thing, euro dollar and British pound dollar in excellent shape right now. So we will see. But like I said, everything can happen. We're a little bit overextended in the last couple of weeks, and a bigger pullback can happen. So I don't know. I have properly set the stop loss, and I hope that will be okay. Just to check the trades again. Sorry, just to share. This is another screen. This is the trading platform. So just to see the trades right now. So the trades positions are, can you see my chart right now? Yes.
There you go.
So we have 3 positions right now. One position is on break even. It's 1.3205. This is the little profit trade for British pound dollar, because we have push right now. We will see, can we reach 1.329? And the last trade is euro dollar. We are break even right now in small profit, but we were 40 pips down in one moment. So we are here somewhere. I hope that this push will be positive. And for euro dollar, I open the take profit, because I don't want to. Of course, the first target is the April 11 high, but we will see. Maybe this can be a swing trade, but I need to move the stop loss if it's going higher. If the prices oscillate with no new highs, I will just close my trade. I will not trade anymore, because this momentum needs to be clear and price needs to go up. So this are my trades right now. So we will see how that will go. So Nandan, are there anything on your side, something interesting for trading or something?
Nah, man, I missed everything. There's nothing new developing right now. I think, for me, it's the end of the main session, so all my trading is usually done before I come live in the opening bell. So yeah, I'm probably just gonna be waiting until tomorrow, do my analysis again, and probably be looking for that Aussie dollar potentially in the Asian session, just because that New Zealand dollar was moving up so strong. So maybe that Aussie dollar will continue or start in the Asian session.
Yes.
That's pretty much it. No new trades for me right now. I think I'm getting ready to go to the gym after this. So
Smart. Do you see any idea for some long position swing trade? Something that you maybe think about that? Just about some interesting setup for long term. Do you see
yeah,
something interesting?
of course. The Aussie dollar was one. You know, Gold was another one. I'm waiting for the break of those highs. Again, it's currently consolidating in that 4-hour area. But let me see if
Yes.
I can share my charts again.
Before you do, let me just quickly talk over this,
Yeah,
Nandan.
go ahead.
So,
Yes.
guys, I positioned my stop above this area here, which is actually just above a fair value gap that formed on the way down. So remember, I entered all the way up here, had a sharp decline. Price actually pulled
Yes.
into that fair value gap, decline
Yes.
again. Remember, that's when I last left you guys, and then price pulled back into it again. So nearly got stopped out here, but I think it's a good position to be placing my stop loss if we do get another decline lower. The only thing I don't like about this bounce that we had to the upside, although now it looks pretty good that it's declining again,
Yes.
was
Yes.
that there was another fair value gap that formed lower down here. And you
Yes.
can see here that during this strong bounce upwards, that fair value gap's actually been broken a little bit. So this is what we quite often call a reverse fair value gap, especially if it gets broken. So this might very well now act as a support area. So sort of stuck between a bearish fair value gap and sort of a bullish type of move that could be taking place here. So I think if we move back into the zone again by too far, then we're probably going to see a bullish move or a deeper bounce or a higher bounce, to the upside. So I'm actually going to move my stop loss even more aggressively. As I mentioned, this fair value gap that formed over here, price sort of like broke it. So as we call a reverse fair value gap. And when it came up again, although there was a resistance area with this upper fair value gap, this one's now been well broken. So it just looks a little bit like we might get a much higher bounce here. And I don't want to be giving back too much. Again, just a type of a scalping trade here. Not going for massive, massive moves. Sometimes you do. Volatility helps you out and you just get sharp declines. But from what I'm seeing, I'm just scared that we might get a higher bounce here and give too much profit back. So price very close to that stop loss. It looks like if it does hit it, you will probably walk away with about $140 or so. And there we go, out of the trade. And that was it.
Excellent.
Right. So, Nandan, sorry for interrupting you this time around.
No, it's all good.
Beautiful
Yeah,
trade.
we got 3 minutes left. Yeah, I don't really have much to add. Just continue watching that dollar weakness happen. Igor went into this actually really nicely. The dollar Swiss. I wanted to talk about that again too. Swissy,
Yes.
like I said, the Swissy strength has completely come out. So if you're still holding that, I think it's time to take profit. Potentially even exit if you want. There's always opportunities to get back into these a lot of these Swissy pairs. When they start to strengthen again, or if they do. There's always an opportunity, especially since they're at historical lows. You always have another chance to get back into the long-term trend. But be adaptable. Be willing to take some profit. I think if you got into the dollar Swiss earlier, you earned some profit. You definitely earned the right to claim some. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to add. I think I've already explained everything earlier. But yeah, if anybody else has any questions or comments or concerns, please let us know.
Yes, there was a Gumyun here in the comments. Maybe he has some question for us.
He did say good morning.
Good morning for him.
Sorry, we were so busy trying to get into trades here today, so completely missed that.
Yes, but there's no question right now. So anyhow, so I just think I think if we see the reverse for US dollar and the US dollar start to strengthen again, I think that US dollar Swiss will be very, very interesting by trade for the long term. So in one moment, so I think there is a lot of room there because right now the big speculators removing their sell orders for US dollar Swiss, and this can be good opportunity in the future.
Yeah, I
Awesome.
definitely agree.
So this.
Right. So what we got? 2 minutes left there. 1 minute left.
Yes.
And this was my fear, guys. Price retested that area. Good place to go and hide the stop. Trading it aggressively lower. But then another fair value gap forms straight below that. But price breaks through it, goes into the upper one, breaks it on the second time properly. And that was just, scared me out a little bit, anticipating potentially a much higher move upwards. So
yes,
it was a good area to get out. Price might just continue lower from here. But now we got a 5-wave move to the upside. Could be a leading diagonal, getting price ready to make its way upwards again, or still part of a correction before we get another decline. But reading what price action does and with these strategies, just being cautious when you see something that might not be working out before it actually, happens, or while it's happening, can sometimes help you lock in those extra profits and not give too much back again. So
Yeah.
happy I got out of that. Nice little scalp. Let's hope there's some more the week ahead. Only 2 more days, right? Wednesday and Thursday, and then Good Friday. Cool. That's it from me, guys. I think we've reached the hour-and-a-half mark.
the end.
Yeah. So again, thanks for joining again today, guys, and everyone watching.
Yes.
I'll be back again tomorrow morning, and
I believe I will
you
be too.
guys?
Yes.
Awesome. Perfect.
I wish you a great day, my friends.
Thanks
All
very
right,
much,
guys. Have a good
everyone.
one.
Have a
Okay.
good one. Take care
Bye-bye.
and goodbye. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Good to see you, Michael. I think you may be muted.
All right.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Okay? Yeah.
Okay,
Gotcha.
perfect. Thank you. What's going on?
You know, it's another day.
Right. It's another day at the office.
Yeah. How about you? Anything interesting happening?
No, not really today, to be honest. But funny enough, I was looking at Euro CAD and USD CAD. I want to jump into these really quick.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go.
Let's see. First, I'm gonna make sure my mic is set up the right way because that threw me off. Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, okay, the mic's right. Okay, cool. So it looks like I'm good to go. All right, sweet. So let's jump right into these two setups. Right. Boom. Let's get to this correct one. All right. I'm looking at, this is EuroCAD. I'm liking EuroCAD right now. So funny. It's not never really jump right into trades when we get on here, but this is interesting. I think I like this. This pretty much goes right along with what I would be doing. It is right in that time zone too. So let me just make sure this all works out. And then I want to put this at the ADR high here. Yeah, so this is almost a 2-for-1. Let's say we got man, that's a huge stop. 85 pip stop though. Let's measure it and let's see just to make sure. I'm gonna take this off. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get into this. This looks pretty good. Man, 85. Really, it's like 95. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and jump into this. So how I do mine is I just divide it by, I'm doing 0.5% on this, right? So 0.5%, that's only 125 divided by 95. I need to be in at 30, 35. 125 divided by 95. Yes. So $1.31. Cool. So let's check this out really quick. This is EuroCAD. EuroCAD on the buys. So this point, don't leave without me, please. Please don't do that. I'll put my stop at 65. So 56.65 is what I want to put my stop at. 56.65. And that's not right. Boom. This is what we want to be in it right here. I'm going to go ahead and buy this just so I can hurry up and get in. All right, cool. Then I'll come back and set my TP. My TP I want to be at 5,900. Nice and simple. Oh, no, my bad. That's 5,920. Yeah, 5,920. So I'll come back over here and put this at 5,920. Take profit to be at 5,920. And I'll explain my rationale afterwards. I just want to be quick with the move. And then also, I was also looking at, then we'll put this on here too. Long position. We got filled at 57. So 57.57. I like the sound of that. 57.57. 57.57. Okay, let's do. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. And what was the stop again? That stop was 56.65. Okay, so let's make sure we're in here right. 56.65, about right here. And then I know the stop, the profit is here. So sweet. Let's see what this does. And then I was also really looking at two UCAD pairs. It's this one and UCAD as well. I don't like to take these. Look at this one. It's already going. Damn it. I don't like to take these specifically, to be honest. I don't like to take them. I don't like to take them when they're so close to yesterday's high like this. This is what I don't like. But this thing is kind of running right now. It's like slightly against, but I like the way this moved around. Let's take a small position on this one, right? So
Can you
just
explain to everyone listening why you don't like that?
Because this is a main key level right now. This is like yesterday's high. They can manipulate this level, which is what they might be doing, to be honest. The only reason I do like it is the fact that we got to close above, below, and close back above. That closed above the rest of this.
Yeah.
And let me try to hurry up and get in here. Then I can I'll give a little bit more context. Okay, so this is only 60 pips. Cool. So we'll do the full one on this one. So 250 divided by 60, that's $4, right? So now we on UCAD. And I promise I'm going to give the whole kit and caboodle after this. I just want to make sure UCAD, or USD CAD. Oh, here you go. All right. Man, I should have did this one first. I hate when this happens. 38.65. I'm gonna put the stop at 38.65. Of course, whichever one you do is gonna be the opposite. Wait, it can't be 36.65. Oh, it's 38.65. Okay, I said 36. 38.65. 38.65. All right, then let's bump this bad boy on up. We'll do the whole 250 on this one. Come on. I feel like I'm behind. This move has already happened. It's so funny how this goes. If I would have did it the other way around, this wouldn't even be happening. All right, this is cool right here. I'm gonna just go ahead and buy this now. All right, cool. All right, now we're in here. Now, only thing I need to do is to come back and set my stop on this particular move, which would look like, damn it. Let's see. This never happens. This is the craziest thing ever. All right, so on the buy side, we got filled at 39.25. Right, so 39.25. Yeah, they slipped me slightly, but it's all good. No worries. Then I had my stop at 38.65. All right, cool. So let's go back here. 38.65. This is this is the harder trading right here. You got to be so on point at all times that it's nearly ridiculous. All right, yeah. Cool. Then I would target this, the ADR high, but when the 200 is so close like this, I just always go for the 200. So this looks like this is at 40.38. All right, so I'll put my TP at 40.38. $40.38. Perfect. Sweet. All right. I'm all good now. The hot price just done. So I'm actually in a whole 1.5% at this point. So we'll see how this works out. Not the best, not the worst, to be totally honest. But I do like both of these setups. I have a name for both of these setups. And I don't like to not take the ones that are like this, where it's clearly something I would take. So yeah, UCAD starting out, right? We'll see what that's looking like. And then let's go back to ECAD really quick. All right, not the best, not the worst either. Okay, perfect. Cool. So we're all the way in on both of these, which is good. Let's start with how I jump into these, right? So oh, hang on, guys. My fan's not on. All right, we're good to go. All right, cool. So what I love, not even like, but what I love about this, right, on both of these is that this is part of my cycle, which I will draw it, of course. You guys know I love to do this. I love how this came down and grabbed this piece right here. It's like this is the first thing I see right here. right? Absolutely gorgeous. They came down. Not only did they grab the orders below the 800 EMA, anybody who was short below the 800, they also pinged on the orders that were short below yesterday's low, which was right here. So we got a little 2-for-1 little move right here, which is nice. I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that. But which is even better is when we draw our infamous chart pattern here, right? The break and retest. The break and retest. And then we got this move here. This would be it, right? So we got this move here is what we're looking at. So this box is, I guess I'll kind of write it the same way. Yeah, this is what I will look at as the W move, right? That's the W move. And then same thing here is the, oh, whoa, did I pick the wrong thing? I did. And same thing here, which would be the W move, right? So same thing. You guys know I draw this all the freaking time, right? And then, of course, what happens next after you have the W and you have the run, you have the retest of this same area that pretty much broke above the area, right? Which would be right here. You see this yesterday's high. We got this. I call them a blue tracer, right? So it's pretty much at the same area. I'm just going to draw like right in the middle, right there, right? Then I'm going to change this to green because I like to keep when it's long it's green, when it's short it's red, right? So I just like this. This is a nice setup. It broke through this area. It came back, gave us some type of structure here.
Yeah.
And it bounced off this same area, which is this move right here, right? This is the same exact thing. So this for me is what I would call an entry signal, right? Right here. Same exact thing. And the reason being is I'll draw this without having to draw. I'll do it in one thing so it's not too much. Once we got this W structure, it ran up. It kind of gave us this first touch here, right? It really didn't do too much though, which is what I really like about it. It kind of came back up, kind of came back down. I'm looking for this to run up just like that, right? Just how this picture would be, right? Now, of course, that could not happen, but this is what I see when I'm looking at this. I will move my stops to break even around here, so I'm going to set my alert. Now, I'm really, guys, I'm running through a whole process of what I would do, right? So for here, I'll just put SL to BE. For me, that's stop loss to break even. I'll probably take off a little piece there too, just to make sure I'm all set for the day. And I'm not like stupidly risking anything, right? Because once you get to around here, you can kind of expect that to at least attempt to start bouncing off. If it does, I'm already risk off, and I've already taken something off the table. And two, I've taken some profits already for the day. So at this point, once they get here, do I care what happens? Not really. Of course, I would love it to keep going up here, but that's just not how it works. So you got to make sure you're paying yourself in between this, right? So this is what I see when I see this move. And then additionally, mind you, the top is just the chart, and then the bottom is the TDI, of course. So when I see this TDI move as well, I love the fact that you see my market baseline here. The yellow line is above the static line. This is now a long. I don't want to take any shorts when the market baseline is below this static 50. I only want to take longs. So the fact that my market baseline is above the static lets me know it's long. I also have this beautiful pattern here as well. This is good enough for me. I would take this. Yes, it is. It's not gorgeous, which is why I didn't have the full position on here, right? For the full full percent. So I just put on a half here. But this is good enough. Like this is nearly everything that I would really want to see to actually take a move like this. So That is my thought process behind Euro CAD. I was actually looking at this all day, guys, and I was like, maybe it'll set up at 9. Maybe it'll set up at 10. I saw this move when it was all the way down here, and I was like, well, I guess it won't happen. And then I seen this huge run up. Let me zoom in just a bit. I seen this huge. What I also really love is the fact that, keep in mind, right at this price point, how the wick came all the way down here. There's short orders at this point, right? So they literally trap traders with that little, this is maybe 2 pips, right? This little bit of wick that's right here below it, they grabbed them. They grabbed them short. At this point, they ran up, closed above all of this previous structure, closed above the 13 EMA and the 50 EMA. To me, this is a clear sign of we're getting the hell out of here. I'm long right now. This is my move.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. And then on the target side, obviously, I'm really just targeting the next highs. Halfway would be this mark. This isn't my TP. This is just a halfway mark for me, because I'm expecting it to break this area. However, I don't want to still have risk on if it does break this area. I want to be a break even. I want something off the table already and let the rest of the day do whatever it does. Right.
Yeah.
But my ultimate target is here, which is the ADR high. So nice little 1 for 1.75. Not too bad at all on a Tuesday. So we'll see how this one works out.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Yeah, we'll definitely see how this works out. And then, of course, on a higher time frame, right? We always got to check the higher time frame. That's just the 1 hour, right? Let me kind of zoom in a bit. When I draw all this stuff on here, it makes it a little hard to see, but cool. This to me is really, really, really going to confirm like fully on the higher time frame, and this is definitely gone. And I might add a second position once the candle closes, which is in. It's a little late. Maybe I won't. If it was earlier in the day, then I would. But in 2 hours time, it's gonna be like 1 o'clock. Yeah, I'll pass another position. But if this same thing happened, let's say, and I'm Eastern, so 8, 9 Eastern for me, then yeah, this would be a great time to add a second position, because at that point, my 4 hour candle would confirm. So this would be a good second entry signal, but I'll leave it alone for today. It's not exactly how it would need to look on the 4 hour chart.
Yeah.
Any questions about that? Anybody or Paul before I move on to UCAT?
I mean, I know your system quite well by now. It's a case of I mean, what's your how are you finding the market at the moment in terms of your do you feel like your success rate's been taking a hit recently, or do you think it's been improving based on the conditions?
No, it's been taking a hit, to be totally honest. Now, I will admit, I did take the SPX trade on that Monday, which I didn't lose on. I ended up breaking even, so it didn't really affect anything. But the week before, I took that EU trade on a 4 hour chart, and it didn't go. I took a loss on that. That's really it, though. If more than anything, I'm not having as many setups as I would typically have in a week. That's really what's happening.
Yeah.
Like typically I'm taking maybe 2 to 4 trades a week, just to be honest, like intraday trades. But recently, since the 2nd, funny enough, since April 2nd, I have a strong date on this. It's only been about 1 to 2 trades a week. So it's almost cut in half at this point. And the setups are not as clean, right? Like even this isn't super clean, guys. Like this is in the pattern, but this is harder to see. It just is. And another thing that makes this decent is this is almost a 2 for 1. So the risk to reward is pretty good on this setup. But this isn't what I would call a Mona Lisa. It's just not picture perfect. And not to say that I only take picture perfect trades, but out of 10 trades, majority of them are picture perfect trades. Like this is like, if you don't take this setup, you're scared, right? Like this is exactly what you're waiting to happen. This isn't what I'm waiting to happen. This is close to it, but it's not it. It's almost like quasi is the word I would use, right? Like the fact that this, I wouldn't want this to, and I'll just point this out, I guess the reason why, right? So this technically touched this 50 EMA here. Technically it did, right? And that's the part that is like, all right, I don't really like that. I want it to be the first touch to the 200. To the 50 in this case. The blue one is the 50 EMA. The only thing that makes this okay is the fact that if you look down at the TDI, you see it's really little, but the RSI line did go outside of the Bollinger Band at this point. So this is the outside structure. As long as I'm taking setups that have not, how can I say this? That have not really broke below this area, which coincidentally, if you look at this, this is that exact area, right? This is where that blue tracer is, right? The fact that they came down here, dipped in here, grabbed those orders and just ran up in one candle like that, that's pretty. But this part of the setup is pretty, but the whole thing isn't pretty. It's almost like some chick, like, yeah, she has pretty eyes, but that's about it, right? Like, that's not really gonna make you date her because she has pretty eyes.
I'm not commenting.
Right? Like, what about everything else? So it's not picture perfect for me, but this is good enough. And again, this is why, as I always mention, you can't put full size on setups that are not picture perfect. If this was picture perfect, then I would have a full position on here right now, but I don't, because why? This is not picture perfect. So I'm just scaling it down in this particular setup.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, that's the key lesson, really. I mean, it's what I'm experiencing at the moment as well. You know, we're getting largely a group of ambiguous setups, largely, and we're trying to make sense of them. And
agreed.
And I mean, my advice is always, I'd rather not trade or have a pick of 5 to choose from than to just, because there's two schools of thought, right? You've got the trader who comes to their desk, shuts the door. I'm going to trade now, and they will go and trade. They'll see if they're set up, you know, is it A, B, or C or whatever, right? And they'll find it,
right?
And then they'll go, right, okay, oh well, you know, this isn't a good fit, but it's kind of there, and they'll enter, right? Whereas if you do what maybe we do, and it's kind of like, you know, on occasion we plan, we go away, we have different setups we're keeping our eye on, and some of those are for this sort of move out of the market, these are for this sort of move in the market, and then we're paying attention, and then we have, when the market does something and then 2 or 3 setups come into play, we then have the choice of the best one out of those 3.
Right.
If we sit down with the express purposes of trading, then we don't typically have that variety to choose from, which then impacts the probabilities against us and our success rate. So it's the whole mantra that, you know, planning isn't sexy. You don't see it on the YouTube videos next to the Ferrari or the Lamborghini, right? But it's how they got it.
Yeah. It's planning. It's planning, like literally that constant if-then scenario, which is, for me, is paramount, right? If it happens, great. If it doesn't, great. It kind of doesn't matter what happens. You just need to have a plan for what happens, right? And then also just that whole fact of you just got to stay disciplined at the same time. Because, again, I think I might have mentioned to you guys, too, that, like, one of my devs created, well, he didn't create it. He put something in front. But anyway, Q1, right? He was harping on this breakout strategy in London with GU and GJ, and I'm like, yeah, I get pitched stuff like this all the time. And I'm like, he's like, no, this is a thing. Like, look at it. And he's been around for a bit, so I do trust his opinion. And I'm like, okay, well, let's put it into play. And of course, he was right, which I love. I don't want to do all the work. Guys, bring me some of the work, and I'll finish it together, basically, right? And we put it into play. Q1, it was up, the highest, it was up 16%. It closed at 14% with the EA that I've never even taken one trade on, which to me is freaking amazing, right? So I'm like, all right, you're right. We're on to something. Let's do it. So that is from January all the way until March 31st, right? This thing is taking, it's only trading 2 markets, GU and GJ. Some days it doesn't take trades because the ATR is too high. But on average, it takes about 1, maybe 2 trades a day. Like, that's just how it goes for 3 months straight. Literally, since April 2nd, this thing has taken 3 trades due to the rangy, wicky markets, and the ATR rule is being broken, so it's not executing the trade. And I'm sitting here like, what are the chances that that would happen? I just watched this thing perform beautifully for 3 months, and then as soon as this tariff stuff come into play fully on April 2nd, really, that's when everything went to crap. It just has not been doing good since. It lost 4 trades in a row. We luckily had something yesterday. Now, it is still up 10% for the year, like year to date, but it's still like, whoa, this thing was up 16%, closed at 14% in 3 quarters. And then in the past, what is this, 2 weeks, it's down. I've seen it down to 8%. So it almost lost 40% of what it made. Right. And that's just the EA bot that, again, I've been putting into play for the quarter, and then myself. So between me taking half the trades that I would take, seeing that bot perform not as it has been doing for the past, 3 months. Yeah, something's going on. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Right? Like, these are just different times right now. And all I can really say is, hey guys, just hang on, scale down if need be, and don't get impatient, do nothing stupid, because it can easily happen.
Yeah, and ironically, in these market conditions, this is over trading conditions, right? This is because there's frustration. When I don't ever recall over trading in a bull market, like a proper raging altcoin bull market, right? For crypto, I would just like enter my trades. They'll go out, they'll play out, I'll take my profit, and then I'll rinse and repeat. And it's a much more sedate thing. And I think there's something which you can take from that, because when everything's happy, I'm a better trader. So what does that mean? Right? It's like,
so what is going on? I can't quite tell.
So you got anything else, Mike? You got anything else?
Yeah. Let me go to UK. My bad. I feel like I'm taking up the full thing here.
No, it's just me and you.
Oh, okay, yeah. Normally got Jannie on here. I was on with him yesterday. So cool. So let me go to UCAT really quick. And this is what I mean when I say honestly, I don't like to take these, just to be totally honest. This is more of I don't even know why I have all of these up here. Let me take these off. Let me take this off. Take this off. And take this off. The only reason this is really, really nice to me is because this is a nice, what I would call, chart pattern. Yeah. And now, mind you, obviously this is, it's funny, right? Because he's like, yeah, typically you're kind of over trading because I'm looking for something. I normally stay away from this, as you know. Yeah. This, I normally stay away from this peak. But that's exactly what this is right here. It's this peak, right? I normally stay away from this. I just gotta be totally honest. I just don't like it. I would much, much, much rather take the move here. This is why I like ECAD today over UCAD today, right? Yeah. I'm expecting this to make this W move, how it's done, right? Run up, miss this 200, come back, retest this level, and then run up. And I want to be in the move right here. That's where I really want to be at. Right? But these are some strange conditions now, guys. Oops. I did not mean to erase all of that. Dang it. I'll just put it back here really quick. Let's see. So my entry on that was 25, 39.25. My stop loss was 65. Okay, 25 and 65. All right, cool. Dang, it just totally threw me off. 25 and then 65. 65 about right here. Okay, cool. All right, sweet. So this was that 1.5. Yeah. The only thing that I like about this literally is the fact that when I have this trap move is what I would call this. And the cool thing about, I'll say what I do, and this in particular is it's an entire setup, but in the setup there's also like candlestick patterns as well, right? So this to me is a classic trap move. We have this huge green candle that closes above the 13 EMA and above the 50 EMA. And then this next red candle closes back below the 50 EMA, right? And then this next green candle comes right back again and closes above all that structure. That's a beautiful, beautiful candlestick pattern to take. So again, really, to be honest, the only reason I'm in this is because that beautiful candlestick pattern within me knowing where I am in the cycle. The fact that it closed above this, right here, is nice. I would have liked to been in here. To be honest, I got to this party a little late, as you guys seen, but so I'm technically off a bit. What's that? 8, and then yeah, I missed this by quite a few pips, right? Quite a few, to be honest. But as soon as it gets to this point, which it looked like it'll be there in a second anyway, this will be my SL to BE. Oops. SL to BE, right? Stop loss to break even. And obviously, reason being is this will be the next logical point, bounce point. And I don't want to come up here, bounce off this, and take me out. I want to be out of this already, because technically I should have been in all the way down here, right? So I'm already late. The last thing I want to do is be late and risk more than I should have, right? So once this hits this, I'm at break even. I'll take a few off. I'll take half of it off, and that'll be it for me for today. And then whatever happens between ECAD and UCAD, I mean, that's it. Crazy. Not the best Tuesday, to be totally honest, because again, these are not perfect setups. They're tolerable.
Yeah.
And that's really it. But again, it's always that, and this is the stress point of it, right? Like you still got to know where you, oops, I put ACAD, I meant to do UCAD. You still got to know where you are no matter what, and what is actually happening and what's going on, right? So super, super important. And again, for me, these moves, they might be small, but I mean, for me, it's not perfect. And I don't really care about the ones that aren't perfect. I'm like super honed in, super into the ones that, now this is what I was looking for. This is quasi, as I would say. This is quasi, right? Like this isn't totally it. Now, one thing I will give to this that I do like also about this, and I'll move on to Bitcoin real quick and I'll give it to you, is how the market baseline is giving us this huge slant up, which that I do love, right? I'm expecting this to continue to at least go to this 50 line, which would be easily been able to hit this point here. So, but yeah, that is really it on trades that I would actually take today, guys. The rest of them look like I gotta close one eye and squint and turn my head sideways just to even see what's going on.
Yeah.
Right. And then Bitcoin. We've been talking about this for a minute. We go to this daily. I put this up yesterday, right? So I said, as I've been saying, I'm long here now, right? I got this 5,200 cross. I'm in level 2. I'm looking for W's off the 200. The first move we had, once we get this W, right, is long, or double W interaction off this 200. This is long, right? Second interaction off the 200. This is long, right? Now we're at a point where this is the third interaction off the 200. Do I expect this to be long? To be honest, I do. At this point, it's 100% going long. Like, I would be crazy to think that it's not going to go long at this point. And all I really need is, this is how I have this here. If I get a close above this 50 EMA, which I guess I can scoot this down a little bit now, because obviously every day it goes down a little bit more. I just want to see a close above this 50 EMA. Right now, I'm not long and I'm not short. But if I get a close above this 50 EMA, I'm long. But if price goes down, and then I get this, I'm gonna add in here. I'm gonna just put if, if, damn, what's doing it? Okay, I'm tripping. If 50, 200 cross to downside, then I'm short. That's really what I'm gonna put here, right? If this crosses, if this 50 EMA and this 200 EMA cross like this to the downside at that particular point, just how I always say, you know, like in the actual cycle, then I'll be looking for this to come down, make some M's off of here, and then I'm short, right? Stops above here, entry, TPs, I have no idea where it would be. But then I'll be looking for shorts, right? At this point, if this is what's the cross to the downside.
Well, haven't we already had that yet? Haven't we just had that? I think it's already crossed, right?
No, it actually hasn't. Let me erase all of this.
That was on my. That's what am I? What I'm looking at my chart. I'm trying to figure out what's going on because on my chart I got a cross. Yeah, on my 1 day chart, I got a 50, 200 cross.
50 EMA is up here, and then a 200, yes, is here. So it hasn't crossed yet. This one I'm not long or short. I'm just right in the middle. I don't know what's happening right now. So
well, yeah,
long for me. Oh, yours
Forex
crossing the daily?
Yeah, I'm confused.
And it's the 50 EMA and the 200 EMA?
Yeah.
Let me look at my other charts. Let's see.
Yeah, let me double check mine as well. Let me just it was a talking point for today, and then
yeah, same thing. It didn't cross on my other charts either.
What? Okay, hang on. All right. What's going on? Let me switch off to something else. Just have a look at I'll just put the moving averages on manually. I'm sorry you can't see my chart, everybody, but just
no, it's okay. I'll go ahead and I'll stop sharing my screen so you can share yours. That was really it. That's all I had anyway. If it closed above the 50 EMA, I'm long because at that point it kind of confirmed the last two patterns, right? Close above the 50. I'm looking forward to take out these highs, right? And continue to go long. But if this 50 EMA and 200 EMA cross to the downside, at that point, then I'm short. But right now, I'm neutral. I'm not biased at all on either one of them. I can't tell.
Yeah, and I can't tell.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop sharing my screen so you can share yours.
I got a cross. I don't know.
Let's see it. This is crazy. Let's see this.
No, I feel like it's going to end up with me looking stupid. All right, let's figure out what's going on. Let me share my screen. I'm super confused. Which is first? Yeah, here we go. We got the 50 and the 200, and there they are crossing.
What?
And then this chart, and if I add them manually, so that was using a different thing. So,
oh, you know what? It looked like that was Bitcoin dominance, though.
No, yeah, not that chart. No, hang on. That was
okay.
Let me just, yeah, here. So let me just load up another Bitcoin chart. Maybe I've got something. Is it logarithmic or something set wrong? I'm like, what am I doing? No, regular. Let's just do a manual look. Go with Coinbase. I don't know what's happening right now. So let's go with Coinbase. Right. Let's just add the moving average using the standard indicator. Do it all manually. So this would be the 200. So the length 200, and we're going to put it on the daily. And this is the 200, and then we can do the same thing again. Just
so weird.
And just check this one, and 50 chart 1 day. Yeah, there's a cross.
What in the world?
Is it the data you're getting from right now? Is it the data you're getting from the because it said it was a Forex chart from Bitcoin you were getting? Is it a slightly different? I don't know what's going on, man. That's weird. Yeah,
now I'm confused. Now you got me confused. Hold on a second. What could possibly happen right now?
This is good entertainment. It's a mystery. Everyone likes a good mystery.
Right. Dang, what is this? Maybe I'm not sure. Hold on. Let me see where this is getting pulled from. Let me check this out. So this is coming from Forex.com.
Yeah. Well, let me try and pull that up as well.
Yeah, let's try to crack this case.
I'm not quite sure how to.
Because that's mind blowing right now.
I don't even know how to get that from.
So yeah, if you Forex.com would be, let's see,
Bitcoin. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, just put in BTC/USD. It should show up on the right hand side. What in the world? Okay. All right, let's go back up to the top. Let's try something else. Let's try what in the world? This is crazy. This is so crazy.
It's amateur out. That's what it is.
Yeah, I'm confused. I literally have no idea why that is. What is going on right now?
All right, I tell you what. We can investigate on our own time.
Okay.
And check out our live stream tomorrow for the answer to this. Whoa,
Right.
that was okay. So, yeah, my talking point, one of my talking points today was going to be, of course, this cross, which has now got controversial. So let's just carry on. So, as you can see, when we've had this death cross, which I've always felt was needlessly dramatic, we have then a month or so, a couple of months of tussling with the 200 MA. And that has happened again, of course, at the moment. So that's not a particularly bullish sign in terms of moving averages. But as you can see, it doesn't always spell disaster to the downside. It just spells that, we're going to have to wrestle with it for a little bit. So as you can see, we've had the break and then we recover. And this chart, let me find the other chart. This chart is kind of highlighting what we're talking about. And if I just try and put that moving average on again, no, I don't need to do it manually. I'll do it with this, just so we can have a look. Here we go, 50. So you can see this tussle which is taking place, and previously we've had this low, a lower low, then a higher low, your nice little reversal pattern, and then away we go. Then we had it here last summer, and then we had the reversal pattern, and then away we go. And here we are again, except we haven't had the higher low yet. But you'll notice while this was all playing out previously, we also had the death cross at a similar time following that lower low in the price action, and everything was okay a few months later. So no need to panic, but it is certainly a bearish signal people are paying attention to. So this is the 1 day, ignoring those moving averages now. And as a trader, as traders, you need to be asking yourself, for a long setup, for a long trade, what do I need to see from Bitcoin? And we're not just talking about a long trade with Bitcoin. What do we need to see from Bitcoin for a long trade in the rest of the altcoin market, right? Bearing in mind that right now, the altcoin market is very pegged to Bitcoin, to the point where if Bitcoin goes up, the altcoins will go up a little bit hesitantly. And then if Bitcoin goes down, they will go down. They're not working independently at the moment, which is why we're having this very stop-start sort of approach. So while Bitcoin is putting in consistent gains over the last couple of years, the altcoins have been going up and resetting. So what do we need to enter even an intraday long trade? We need Bitcoin to come back down here and give us that higher low. And if we see that, that would be firstly a good entrance, of course, to come in at support for our Bitcoin long trade, because obviously you're coming in at the completion of the reverse, or rather the end of the formation of the reversal pattern. It's still front running, but you've got a good price there, and there you go. But then you would use this, of course, to then look for altcoin trades which are in similar positions to then enter them to benefit from more percentage gains. But Bitcoin has a lot of work to do. And just to kind of illustrate, this is what I was looking at over the weekend. We had this kind of diagonal trend line, which we've been for quite a while, and it has this little range within it. And that makes it very difficult sometimes for buyers and sellers to figure out which direction we're going in. But we have finally made it through this area, and we're on the other side of it, which is great. However, right up ahead, overhead, we have the 618, and we have significant resistance and the 1-day 200 MA. So where are we going from here? Well, if we look at the 1 hour, it's a little bit clearer. We have support here on the left, and presuming Bitcoin comes down for a healthy retrace now for that higher low, because this is kind of the higher low. This area is the higher low territory. So if we come down for a support buy here, we can have that higher low, and then we can have another crack at this resistance level with a fully fledged kind of reversal pattern in place. So really, I wouldn't short Bitcoin from here. If you're thinking of shorting it, you want to come up here for sure, get a nice entrance in this little range. But it looks like we're going to have a bit of downside action. Bitcoin.
My bad, Paul. I just want to point out this UCAD just got to the alert to move stop to break even. So anybody,
well, let's swap back. Let's jump in. Let's have a look.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
No, give people what they want.
Cool. This was on UCAD. Yeah, so UCAD just hit that alert. That's what this is down here. Oh, it's on the daily. I'm like, what in the world? All right. So yeah, in essence, I'm just gonna move my stops to break even. And yeah, just moving to break even in essence. Nothing too special at all. Just want to come up here in UCAD. We got in at our field price was at 25, right? So I just like to put mine a little bit above it. So I just put it at 27. So this is me officially taking the risk off the table to 39.25. Right, 39.25. All right, let's do 27. So we can. I like to see this at 0. This is how I know I won't lose any money on this. That is really it. Looks like we're not doing too good on the UCAD, but yeah. So that was it. I just want to bring it up really quick. Just
summarize
anybody who took that trade on UCAD with me.
Do you want to
move those stuff?
Do you want to just summarize what happened and why you changed, just for everyone paying attention?
Yep. So I think I mentioned earlier, but I was a little late to this move, but this whole W structure here. Wait, why is this not doing it? What is happening right now? What is happening?
Yeah, that's weird. That sometimes
I don't know. I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get off of here and come back to it.
If you notice that little, you had a connection issue. It should work now, probably.
Yeah, something is off.
Oh, sorry. Hi, Andre. Thanks for joining us. Haven't seen your comment. Sorry. Great to see you.
Okay, now it's working. So weird. Oh, it's a little slight delay there. I don't know why that happened. All right, anyway, I'll just delete these. Kind of messed me up a little bit, but get back into my rhythm. Yeah, so we have this W structure here. I'm expecting this to go long, miss this 200, bounce off this and go back. This is actually the better move, right? Like, to be honest, that's the perfect move to do. But the fact that we got this, had this candle closed above the 13 and the 50 EMA. The very next candle came right back down. I call this a trap move, and it closed below the 50, right? Because people want to short this at this point. And then the very next candle came up, closed right back above the 13 and the 50, and it closed above these last two candle prices, right? Like, this is no coincidence that they did this like this. This is a classic trap move. When this came up long here, this was a buy signal, but they came back down and people had their stops below the 13 EMA. So they came down, took everybody out with this little bit of wick, right? And then came right back above and closed above all of this. For me, in addition to where I know I am in the cycle, the fact that it closed, this green candle closed above the last two, this is no coincidence. This little piece right here after this trap move here, this is classic, right? And then they're just running from here. This is literally why it's running so fast. This is a huge candle because they grabbed all of these orders so clean and quick and nasty that they got to get out of this. This is a zone shift. They're shifting this entire zone, right? And then I just put my TP, my break even point right here, because this was yesterday's, like around, this is one of the blue tracers. So this is the next logical bounce area. And if it did come back and bounce, seeing that I was already a little late to the party, I don't want to have risk on the table at this point. So typically I would take some off, to be totally honest. But this isn't the cleanest setup, so I'll just leave it alone. But more importantly for me is I just don't want to have any risk on the table. At this point, this is a free trade for me. So no matter what, I'm going to close this at 3:55 Eastern. If it's all the way up here, if it takes me out of break even, whatever happens from here, I honestly don't really care. But this is just me following like my process for the most part, to the T almost. The only difference is, again, is this isn't I don't really like to take the peak lows. The only reason I'm taking the peak low is because I have this candlestick pattern within my actual pattern, right? In addition to my market baseline screaming up. And I'm expecting this market baseline to continue to go up to this static 50 here. And by that time, there's no telling how long that will actually take. But typically that'll be at least around 355, whatever. If that does happen or don't, again, I have no risk on the table. So risk-free trade. I just want to be cash on this particular setup. So
that's good
yeah,
stuff.
If you did take this, we stop to break even.
No, we definitely need to cut back to it. I think the more live trading we can do here, it really helps with the process for people. So
sure.
always take priority. So that was great. Thanks. Thanks for dropping back into that. Let's you'll have to wait till next stream.
Moving everything. Not an alert.
Oh god, yeah.
I don't want to Jannie you.
So yeah, we were talking. Hello. I'm not. Yeah, just moving on. So Bitcoin, obviously, we've got some downside. I wouldn't recommend a short from this point because we are in this macro uptrend. We still have a macro uptrend here. We're still, taking names and higher highs. But this would be your area for a short. But presumably coming back down here because that would be really healthy and that would help fulfill this potential pattern, which is what Bitcoin and the rest of the market needs to see. But let's just check in with a few altcoins. On Prime X, you can have regular top altcoin pick coverage and Bitcoin update coverage throughout the week. So head on over there and hit that subscribe button. There'll be a new top altcoin picks video out tomorrow, which will be a summary of what we're about to discuss. This is ADA, and ADA obviously being a crypto OG, the first thing sort of people think of. We had the original premise of this setup was a simple buy support and sell resistance, and that trade, a setup which we presented a week or so ago, has played out perfectly. But we are now in this channel, and the idea would be typically to break out of this. You could argue this is a bull flag. I don't think we're quite in that territory just yet, but you could obviously buy the breakout of a candle body close above this line, but then you're going to run straight into resistance, and I don't think we can really recommend that, because just bear in mind we are in a downtrend on the intermediate still, because we haven't surpassed this high with any sufficiency. So you have to presume we are coming down. However, if we scroll back, this is a typical bouncing off point for the price action, but it's a bit of an awkward range. So the only possible trade here at the moment is maybe looking for a bit of confluence right in this pocket on the floor, with support. But be very, very cautious, maybe have quite a tight stop loss here, because, this could just roll over. And with the context that Bitcoin may be coming down as well, probably this isn't a long trade for the next few days. It's perhaps wait for a break above this key resistance level and then enter on the bullish retest perhaps and do that, because then we will have had a higher high. We will have had oh dear, that's just disappeared. That's extremely helpful. What is going on today? Honestly,
I have
let's
no idea.
find my I don't know what's going on. I've just lost my ADA setup. It just disappeared from me. This one. Yeah, okay. So because of the current context with the weather, because Bitcoin has got a bit of downside, you want to enter a long trade here, you're at risk of this rolling over, okay? Bitcoin dominance is also in an uptrend, which means money's leaving the altcoin market. So you need to wait really for bullish confirmation, but this would be the risky long trade from here. But for me, I would be waiting for a break above this key resistance, and that's when I'd be looking to enter, because then we have a trend change, confirmation, a change of character, and of course, other people will see that bullish context. And if we do get up here, Bitcoin will most likely be in a better position for a long trade, either in the range above where we are or at support with a higher low, which other people will enter on. I mean, any disagreements, arguments about that, Mike?
Not at all. It's definitely still in a I would say more of a down than up, because we gotta break that key level there. Like it's just important, super important.
This is quite likely, right?
Yep.
And so but those are your options. You know, trade it like you want. Don't let me get in the way of a.
No, just like you said, watch for a retest entry. That's exactly what you would be waiting for, is the retest entry.
It's that assessment. It's like, okay, we've had this uptrend, but this is the minor trend. Have we changed the intermediate trend? No, we haven't. Right. We haven't done that yet, right? We need that to happen. So that's why initially, you know, the original break out gives us a set of buyers coming in at this level, but that move has been exhausted now, and the buyers are probably not going to show up again here. So difficult options. What else we got? Okay, Cookie. So Cookie has obviously some significant room overhead, and we are definitely in the buy zone. But just for context, we were underneath where we are at the moment in November. So this is kind of where we launched off. This very thin line here is where we've come from. Okay, and then following the election, we had this huge run up, and now we're back here. But we've had a few bullish signals. So let's just see what's happening. Now, again, still in a downtrend on the intermediate. We're in a downtrend. Just keep that in mind when thinking about longs. We have broken out of this falling wedge. Okay, we've had a nice little macro double bottom, right? And then the price action has broken out. It's essentially followed what Bitcoin has done. This is what Bitcoin did. It put in a double bottom. This is what I'm talking about. The altcoins are following Bitcoin to a T. And now we are retesting, front running Bitcoin's next move, perhaps a little bit. But given the fact that we know Bitcoin has got some room to come down, this would be the pocket potentially to enter. You maybe have a few buyers coming in on the edge here and on this support line, which has been established in the macro, but it's still a high risk long trade at this point, because again, we are in a downtrend. You could roll over back to where we were just 6 months ago. Okay, so just that's been said. However, this is quite a strong move, and we have got the 50 underway. So there is an argument for a bit of a range trade here. You perhaps see this range between here and here kind of move around a little bit. That's the premise of it. But honestly, you know, we need to see Bitcoin come down a bit more. And if Bitcoin does come down, that 50 is going to get invalidated, and we're here again. So this is the only possible pocket at the moment to enter for a long trade. Anything other than that, we need to wait and see. But yeah, difficult trade there. But a lot of altcoins, you're going to see this. They're in good positions to buy. But if there's more selling pressure, we could see, of course, it come down into this range, which we want to avoid, because that is, of course, a significant 80% drop. But there are a few opportunities starting to appear. But please be very, very cautious. And the argument for entering here at this level is if there is a breakdown, you've got a controllable risk, because of course when you lose a mainstream support level, the price action is most likely to hang around for a little bit before it decides to go visit hell. So yeah, that's Cookie. Remember, just for you to trade how you want. This is again similar setup, SEI, similar setup, this time slightly different range. Let's just go back a little bit. Always check the history. So yeah, this is clearly the bullish zone. This is a nice kind of cup and handle here previously from a couple of years ago. So this is definitely the consolidation area, and this is the more bullish area. And we have dipped down and we have recovered from essentially this point, and now we are tussling in this little bit of a range. And so we've had one bullish signal, but again, we're still in a downtrend, and a lot of people are trying to enter these long trades because they're at support, kind of forgetting that they're jumping into the river and trying to paddle against the tide. So you have to ask yourself, what do you want to see, right? What do you need to see? Well, firstly, we've had a reversal pattern of sorts. We've seen that, which is great. Okay, we've recaptured a key level, which is great, but we're still tussling with this 200 MA, and it's just the 4 hour. So what would I want to see before entering a long trade here? What I would want to see is I would like to see something like this, right? And then I'm entering in this zone, something like that, right?
Yeah, that's the sweet spot right there.
But it's exactly. But it's only the sweet spot, right, after this move.
Agreed.
And that's the key, right? Because you've then had additional bullish confirmation. You've then re-solidified what was resistance and still might be as support. And then the buyers will hopefully come in because, again, there is a historical precedent for bouncing off this area. And obviously, if you go below this, you do the bullish context. But this is how you need to trade, right? This is what we were talking about earlier. You're planning, and then you're waiting, and then you're choosing which setup fits with whatever's going on. Algo, this is a slightly better setup because we've had we've taken the 200 MA on the 4 hour, and we've had a bit of a stronger move to the top of a range. So now we have this definable range to trade in, okay, which is kind of giving us what the move we were looking for out of this one, right, which was a move up and then down. This has kind of already done that, right? Now it's not up here, which would be great, but it gives us the space for Bitcoin to retrace, and then we can enter again. And it is a low volume node as well on the fixed range volume profile, and that of course attracts a lot of reversals. So wait for Bitcoin to come down, then you've got this area to start scaling into maybe, and then we'll see what happens. But again, same deal, same lecture. We're in a downtrend. Please be mindful. Obviously, the ideal situation for this trade would be to come above this and surpass that high, and then to come back down. So because we haven't had that, you might want to maybe think about coming in a little bit lower and maybe modifying the premise of the trade until Bitcoin gives us something different, right? Just as manageable, right? No problem, but maybe waiting till we come down here right at the low volume node. So then you've got confluence with this support line, the fact that it is the support line above consolidation. We've got a low volume node, and we've had reversals from this area before. That would be the premise of a trade. But again, that's waiting.
Good. That's good.
And this is why this setup I would probably choose over this one, because this one doesn't accommodate Bitcoin coming down without invalidating, whereas this one does accommodate Bitcoin coming down without invalidating and still potentially putting in a higher low, which supports the bullish context. So all the people who say I chart too much, this is why, right? To give me an edge, right? Because the more setups I've got, the more choice I've got, and that means I've got more probabilities I can pool in my favor, right? So that's algo. But let's talk shorts, because we are more short than long at the moment. This is XRP, and obviously Crypto OG. Welcome to the stream, my friend.
My favorite. This is my most favorite crypto pair. I told you I made 14K off this back in the day, and I was like, okay, crypto. This pair has a special place in my heart. This cryptocurrency, it does. I've never made any money really off crypto except for this one.
Well, your 14K beats my 10K, which I made off XRP off the last. So well done for that. But yeah, XRP's fortunes have changed a little bit over the last few months, thanks to a lot of the lawsuits and stuff dropping. But nonetheless, as we talked about, it's a slave to Bitcoin, just like everything else. So this trade, a little bit complicated for a short. We're certainly in a good place to short right now. Okay, we're at this moving average on the 4 hour. which we should be on the daily. So let's just switch that. Okay, yeah, so this is why the picture is a bit complicated. So the neckline of an inverse head and shoulders is the definable point which you can use to short the market. So if you get a confirmed break between by the neckline, that is your short signal. But we have this range. We have all these wicks, which are making the neckline a little bit complicated.
Right.
And yeah, and then we've got the 618 retrace right below, which is a lot of buyers will show up there. Right?
That's a good one. This is good right here.
Yeah, so this is like with everything at the moment, it's not particularly clear. So you've got this line in the sand you could short from, and if we looked at the 4 hour, I mean, we're in a nice place to short right now. Okay, that's fine, that seems logical, but then you're running into the 0.5, right, which we haven't yet properly established as having flipped from support to resistance, because we came down and came straight back up, right? So I mean, Mike, how would you trade this?
Man, this is tough. Like, I would be setting alerts and not trading it, to be honest. Not yet. This looks crazy. Crazy. This is almost the exact place that you don't want to pick a bias yet, nearly.
Yeah, I think so. The problem is with this trade is, I mean, the most obvious thing is you could short from here, but there's problems with that. Okay, it isn't a good place. So you really need to, that's probably the first option. Okay, this area, right? Because this seems most likely to represent the neckline. Okay, but there's a bit of ambiguity, right? But then, you know, if you're shorting it, then you might want to just short it to that range, right, to the 618, because there's going to be buyers there again. I mean, it's a healthy 20% with a bit of leverage or whatever, but that's fine. But this might not be the best place. This might be the first best place. But then if you wait to enter on a retest of losing this level, right? I mean, if we get down this point, Bitcoin's in trouble, right? So,
yeah.
Okay. So no long trade for short. This is definitely a short setup. But how you enter, well, when you enter with caution and enter with an understanding that on different time frames you've got different obstacles in your way. So this is, of course, the daily chart, and you see the daily is probably what saved the breakdown here. Okay, and so again, seeing a break of the 1 day and the 0.5 would give you maybe the confluence you need to make sense of this short trade. So then you would have essentially the 1 day coming in with the 0.5, and that gives you more sellers than maybe are coming in for buyers here. That would be the premise, right? But of course, you need Bitcoin to be where you need it to be. And if Bitcoin pushes this down now, which it might do, how much further does Bitcoin need to go to push it down to here? So, you know, keep your eye on the weather. But if you want something to trade, there's XRP and another short. This is Jasmine. Now, this is a little bit better. This is a bit easier. Okay? This is a bit simpler, right? We like our descending. We like our descending triangles, right? There's lines in the sand to trade off. It's a bit simple. So this is Jasmine. It's a Japanese token, I think. One of the few which is doing some pretty good moves right now. Now, this is what we're talking about. We have broken the intermediate trend, right, with this move, right? This was the previous high, swing high. We've now surpassed it. So we're not just in a uptrend on the minor. We're now in an uptrend. Well, we've started. The first sign of a change in character has occurred with this price action. So this makes it the strongest kind of moving trade at the moment. So with that context, though, why are we talking about a short? Well, it's come up quite a way. And remember, this has moved with Bitcoin. If we look at this move, 7th of April, this is when Bitcoin was starting to form. There it is. Look, bang on, 7th of April, starting to form its double bottom, right? So this is, of course, Jasmine is moving based on what Bitcoin has done. But because obviously I'm presuming it's a lower cap than Bitcoin, otherwise it would be the number one, right? This move, of course, is exaggerated percentage-wise, a good 100% move because it's a lower cap. So if Bitcoin's coming down, though, that does not mean we're suddenly going to have all these additional gains. This was the move, and this is what the altcoins are doing. They're just big moves, and then they're selling off. So this is good for a bullish context for Jasmine, but not until we come back down here. So this is a short trade, and these are your options. You can, of course, decide how bullish or bearish the market is based on where Bitcoin is. And if you enter your short trade here, which will be the next swing high, you've got nice confluence with the trend line here, which is marked in the chart. You've got a great place to put your stop loss on the previous swing high, which makes perfect sense.
Perfect.
And then you would just, it's quite a clean setup actually. It's pretty, which is not what we're seeing at the moment. Not like what we were seeing on your charts.
Agreed.
So you look at this in two ways. You've got this. Let me find my. So we've got this range here, and then we've got this range here. Okay, so you've got a lot of confluence to enter a short here. It's the top of the range we're in. But if you think that Bitcoin is, of course, not going to facilitate a deeper short movement here, you could simply enter here, ride it to the bottom of the pattern, and just reevaluate. Okay, and then if you get a break, then you've got another trade for the descending for the break of this pattern, right? So there's two potential trades, and it's supporting the indecision in the market at the moment as well. Because has Bitcoin got enough to push this up? It does. It does have enough. It does have enough space. I think if we look at the oh my God, this is what I was talking about with these charts. So if you look at the 1 hour, right, we are still in a macro uptrend. We could simply bounce up to here on the 1 day 200 MA, this resistance line, and that would, of course, I've lost the chart again, and that would, of course, push JASMI back where we need to get it, and then Bitcoin's even higher up, which makes the short position even better from here, right? We get the ideal entrance from Bitcoin. Hopefully, Bitcoin dominance is still hot, and then we ride it down. And then if we're worried about where Bitcoin's going to stop or reverse, then we get out there, and that would be a really straightforward little 7% intraday or maybe a couple of days trade. But this is how I work. I have short setups ready to go with a variety of different scenarios, for next week, for today, for tomorrow, and then I have bullish ones which I can choose from. And I would encourage everybody who trades the crypto market to do
the same.
Yeah,
simple as that. You gotta do the same thing, because otherwise you just are kind of out there gambling. You don't really know what's going on, and you're just not really picking up the proper times to really jump into the markets.
Yeah, and it's like, what is the advantage of trading crypto over other pairs, right? So in Forex, you've obviously got a finite amount of currencies, and the same with stocks. There's a finite. Every day, hundreds, if not thousands, of new cryptos arrive on the market. Now, most of these are nonsense. You don't want to go anywhere near. Okay, but we do have thousands of cryptos you can trade, and even though obviously on certain exchanges and on a prime we offer hundreds or so plus, that's great. That is sufficient to give you an edge, because you just want to have, you look at the weather and you look at what is it going to be. We all have clothes in our closet for, I mean, maybe not you, Michael, at the moment. Absent of seasons. I know what it is, because like in Caracas, I just wore a t-shirt and just thin trousers every day. That was all it, because it's the same weather. But as someone from the UK, my closet usually, as a youngling, had all different things to wear for all different types of weather. Right. This is your advantage. Right. Not all setups are going to give you what you want and when you want it. Right. It's an impossibility, because you're trying to get Bitcoin, the money flow, and your setup to line up. Right. And they don't always happen. But as we've seen with some of these different setups, they all move slightly differently with different volatilities, some of them breaking trends that you want to see, which makes them more. And if you hadn't planned 5 or 6 long trades and 5 or 6 short trades, then you don't have that edge, because you're sitting down at your desk, you're saying, today I'm going to trade Cookie, and that's what I'm going to trade. And you're limited by whatever Cookie is doing at that given time. And then it's forced trade territory, right? So, and I think the reason why I keep going on about, like, please remember, we are in a downtrend, because look, this is the total altcoin market cap, right? Minus Ethereum and Bitcoin, right? Obviously, Bitcoin's not an altcoin. We are still in a downtrend here, and we almost lost this level right? Because of this tariff nonsense. Okay, so we need to see something from this as well. And if we see something from this, that will be illustrated on all of the charts we're seeing. We'll start seeing these patterns mirrored, and then we can start trading them with less fear and less hesitation. And you may see these bottom support lines as opportunities you don't want to miss, but you can't. There's only some of these tokens which will support a safe entry at these levels, right? And it's the ones which have given you more than a couple of bullish signals, because that is what's going to attract other buyers to the market and protect this level. Whereas others, the majority, will just roll over like this. And we're trying to avoid that. Yeah, that's crypto right now. Lots of setups, but not enough grease.
No, you said it perfect. Because if you really think about it, right? Like if there were a certain amount of traders looking at one particular setup for one reason to enter, the more confluences you have, you're not the only trader who's seeing that, right? Like you might, instead of being one group of traders who actually see a support level, you might have another group of traders who see a support level and a trend line. You might have another group of traders who see a support line, a trend level, and a whatever. Like the more confluence you can get is not just for your sake. There's other traders seeing this too, and you want to be with the majority of who's actually on the right side of this bad boy versus the other way around.
Nobody likes being the sole person on the other side of the street, and there's a crowd over there. You want to be with them. I mean, unless you're, like me, which is a little bit inhibited.
A natural contrarian is what I would say.
I'm just seeing.
You understand? This is blue. It's red.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely that person. I've just seen Robert's comment. Hi, Robert. Highlander and Michael. Let's go. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Keep going with the Highlander thing. That's fine. I need everyone to understand. I am not immortal.
I think he said it can only be one. Just something like Highlander. They can only be one.
I think yes. I mean, I love those films for sure. The question I had was, Robert, is it Connor McLeod or Duncan McLeod? You think I look like, right? Because there was two players, right? Michael, there was a question from Andre. GBPUSD still continues its analysis of pullback or a continued rise. Thanks, Robert.
Let's check it out. Let's go look at GU. I don't think I did GU today, did I?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think I did either. Yeah, GU, I can tell, is in a weird place for me. That's why I didn't even cover it today. Funny enough, I look at all of these every day, several times a day. Yeah, see something like this? Yeah, I already drew up what I would want to see with something like this, right? So obviously, every single time I say this, once I get this fresh 5,200 cross, the next move I'm looking for is price to touch the 200 EMA, which it has not done yet. So I wouldn't be buying this. And look at these candles; they're little. These are what I call baby candles. I don't like to trade these baby candles like this. And literally, we almost in the same area for, I guess it's not too long, but still. These are small candles. It's not really doing anything. It's not no real moves. This isn't anything. If anything, if I was to, I'm not going to say force it, but if I was to attempt to say, look what it's doing, right? This is not going long. Like this is starting, and again, don't trade this because this is a counter trend trade, right? But this is starting to go to the short, right? We can kind of see that move right here, right? I won't be surprised if this came all the way down here, maybe did some funny stuff and came down to the 200. I'm not interested in GBPUSD at all until I get some price touching off the 200. I'm leaving this completely alone because I know in the cycle that's the next thing to happen, right? And this is the benefit of just knowing where you are in the cycle. Because again, the next move would be, let's do this again. The next move would be that W off this 200 EMA. So None to me until we get some type of action like this, right? Like right now, once it's 5,200 cross, keep in mind, I'll just do this for you. This is level 1, right? So once we are here, this is L1. I'm gonna just put L1 here. Man, trading been a little off today. That's like it has its days. Right, 1350 cross is level 1, right? Once this happens, the next thing I'm looking for is this area here, which is where we are now, right? This would be level 2, right? Once level 2 happens, why is this doing that? It's so weird. All right, this thing's messing with me now. All right, once we get the 5,200 cross, right, we're in level 2. And in level 2, we're looking for W's. Well, it's really M, or I'll just put M/W's off the 200, right? So we don't have that yet. So, whoops, let me scoot that back over. So how we have this 5,200 cross here in level 2, my next move, guys, is I already drew this out. I don't even have to redraw it. Price needs to come down to the 200 EMA for me to even look at this really and take it serious. I'm not interested in taking any moves on this pair until it does that. It can stay up here as long as it wants. It can do whatever it wants to do, but until price comes all the way down here and touches this 200 EMA, I am not interested in it at all. It needs to do something like this, right? Give me some type of something off of here, right? And in addition, as you see, let me scoot this over too. We need the market baseline to come down and to go down to make the reload, right? It needs to come down below this static EMA here. And then once it does that and it gives me this pattern off of here, then I'm interested. But for right now, this is nothing. I don't know if you're looking for a particular price point that was. Okay, I didn't really see a price point on here. Yeah, Andre, if you want to know a price point, obviously I can't just say this, but I'll be looking for it to come to the 200. Right now, the 200 EMA is around 30.20. So 1.3020. Once it gets around there, then I'll be kind of interested in like what's it gonna do. But a lot of work. This is gonna take forever for this to come all the way down here and do everything that I needed to do. This might even happen this week. It might not happen. This might happen next week or something. So for me, GE was kind of
really strange price action.
Yeah,
I
don't know what it's doing. But I do know this is the next thing in the cycle, right? Because once we have the always keep in mind, right? And let me just kind of add a little bit more context here too, because I can see it right here, right? Once this 1350 crosses, that's how we know we're in level 1.
Yeah.
Right. So 1350 cross level 1. Right. We got the 1350 cross here. And it never, so after the 1350 cross, notice price never touched the 50 EMA, right? It never even touched it. Hell, it haven't touched it still now. So it's just been going up. It's no real way to tell what's about to happen. Now, I wouldn't recommend trying to time this top and short this, because this could continue to keep going up. That's why the move isn't short yet. The move is still long for the simple fact that we have the 5,200 cross to the upside. So we're looking for, this is the best move to take at this point, right? We want price to come down, touch this 200 EMA, at least first, touch the 200 EMA, give us some type of pattern off of this. And additionally, we want to see this market baseline come on down and below the static for like a nice reload here, right? But before that, this is nothing to me. Like absolutely.
You know what that
nothing.
reminds me of? And maybe we should name this type of price action, because you know you've got like the Bart Simpson, which is where you go up, you got this, and then you go down. I was so happy when I've traded one of those last year. It made my month being able to trade that pattern. I'm like, but this reminds me of a tape measure. You know, when you get a tape measure out and you extend it and you just hold it out and you feel like it's going to break.
It finally breaks on down.
Yeah, yeah. That's what it reminds me of. I'm going to call that the tape measure price action.
Hey, to be honest, Paul, that's not too bad.
And let's see if it completely falls over, and you know, or I don't know. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what it looks like. I was trying to put my finger. Like, what does that look like? Because I've never seen anything like that in crypto.
It's super overextended, right? Like, I mean, even if you look at this, I can see this on the TDI right at the 70 mark. You know, when it's technically over bought, right? And it says 64. So this thing has to come down. And as you see, if you look at this, if you look at the market baseline, which is the yellow one, right? Just look how this is going up, going up, going up, going up, going up, going up. And ever since here, it's just flatline. Yeah, it's flatline. Don't think this is going to keep going up. Don't try to buy this. And I'm going to be honest, don't try to short this either. Not yet, because there's not enough confluence to try to short this yet. Yeah. The best move, literally, is to be patient, as Paul and I have been saying all day today. Just be patient and wait for a move like this to happen, right? Paul, I would love for this to happen just like this. So whether it takes this week and next week, so I can show it, it finally gets down here, it finally confirms, and it takes off the exact way this is painted. It's like, see? This is why you got to be patient. Just relax, be cool, be smooth, you know, like you back in high school. Try to be that cool guy, you know?
Yeah, I tried and failed.
You know, but yeah, just be patient with it. GU is nothing for me. And you guys know I look at GU and GJ every day. This is really nothing right now. So take a screenshot of this if you must. But yeah. We're waiting on GU right now. Trust and believe when it does come around and it does set up, I will be right on it, letting you guys know this is what I was waiting for, right? So until then, just sit back, relax, and be cool. I know we only got 2 minutes, so let me jump to UCAD really quick, see what we got. I guess, yeah, this is still kind of sitting here. And then EuroCAD, right? Yeah, EuroCAD kind of falling. Oops. Not falling off, but it's kind of not doing anything either. Let's see what we are on the. Yeah, this is down slightly, right? Keep in mind, guys, I'm gonna close this no matter what this looks like today at 3:55. So if you are in these trades, just know what I'm doing. I'm closing these at 3:55 Eastern. So in about
Michael didn't say close. I'm in it. That was 3 weeks ago.
12:30. Yeah, like 3 hours. Yeah, I didn't say close it. I said hang on to it, because what could happen is this could just keep going up, right? Just keep going up. But I just don't want to pay the swap for the next day. That's what I don't like. You end up getting that they widen the spread, end up taking you out. Stupid stuff happens at that point. So yeah, technically you could hold it until a little after that. But me, I just like to avoid that last 4 to 5 hour Eastern Standard Time. And I'm closing my trades at 3:55 no matter what. And I'm taking whatever my float was for the day. And you live to fight another day.
And that's all we're trying to do. Okay, yeah, thanks for the comments, everyone. Yes, there was 2 Highlanders. Yes. A lot of pop culture going on at the moment. If you are interested, of course, in these trades which we've been looking at today, of course, is coverage all week. And if you want to head over to Ola Prime X, there is weekly coverage with the crypto stuff, top altcoin picks, crypto news, Bitcoin news, all that kind of stuff. So head on over to there and hit that like button. And if you want to leave me a comment about Highlander or other trading things, feel free.
Right. All right, guys. I think that is time. Sounds good. Well, Paul, as usual, it's always great hanging out with you, man.
Great pleasure, man. Great pleasure to see you.
All right, everybody. Andre, Robert, you guys take it easy. And we'll catch y'all on the next one.
All right. See you later.
All right.
Howard.
Hey, how you doing?
Very well, thanks. How are you? Howard Stern. Howard Stern.
Never-
Do you know Howard Stern?
Not personally, no, but I know the name.
All right. Okay.
Is he Stern?
Stern. How did you get today go? I'm very curious to know how your because I saw it did kind of break out a little bit. So
Yeah.
maybe you saw an opportunity on the smaller time frames, but as you know, I stayed away from the pound US dollar today for the reasons I shared yesterday. So if you don't mind, I'll just quickly share my screen again. Let me just add there we go. Okay, so for those of you watching, yesterday, I just mentioned that I don't like this steep kind of, that angle of that climb with no real pullback. And we also at a resistance level. So at that resistance level, I don't really like to take trades when you have this situation. Really steep angle, no real pullbacks at a resistance level, even though my bias is long on the longer time frames.
Yeah.
So I would like to see a pullback. I really would like to see a pullback. If this just continues to the upside, I'll just miss it. But ideally, I would like to see a pullback maybe to this level here, 1.314, maybe slightly lower as well. It just depends on the price action around here. You want to see it kind of forming a pivot on multiple time frames. The 1 hour and the 4 hour definitely turning around. But if you can find support around this area, I would definitely be interested in taking along, but not where it is right now, for me anyway.
Yeah.
Oh.
Are we? I think. Oh yeah, here he comes. Aymane.
Hello.
Aymane.
Hi.
All right.
How you doing?
Aymane.
I'm
How's it
good.
going,
I'm
man?
good, and you? I'm good.
Very well, thank you,
Howard,
man.
Jannie. I think it's
Hey.
our first session together, Jannie.
It's Jannie. You pronounce it Jannie.
Jannie.
Yeah.
Jannie,
Don't worry
okay,
about
sorry.
it. It's the J. I know. Everybody gets it wrong. Don't worry about it. All right. So yeah, but on the longer time frames on the pound US dollar, you can even see on the daily really extended. Maybe we can do with a bit of a down day. Just a one correction day, something like that. If we can get some support here, that'd be great. And then I'll look to go long again. But I just like the ATR just throws me a bit. So if you look at the ATR here, the ATR is 235, which is, I'm pretty sure that's above average. We just had the last 2 weeks has skewed the ATR numbers a little bit because it's just been bigger than usual. So far for this week, we've done 189 pips for this week so far, which is, you kind of almost maxing out already on the ATR. So, and the ATR, as you know, I like to use the ATR to kind of gauge where I am for the week and what's the potential that it could move. But I think this 1.3369 level, this neckline of these two candles, not the wicks, but the neckline, that would be a good take profit area for now. If we can get just a bit of a pullback on the shorter time frames, and if we can find support there. But for now, right now, I don't think I'll be placing or looking at the pound US dollar tomorrow. It's just not at a good level for me personally.
Yeah, it does seem to be. I think it's kind of led the way higher today on the dollar crosses. Euro is actually broken down, so it seems to me that at these levels we're starting to see a little bit of overextension here. So that could probably time with a little bit of maybe some sort. I wouldn't be in a rush at this moment to dive in. I think the fact that the euro started to lose support and just ease back, it's not in a big hurry at the moment. So perhaps as you say, a down day would be quite healthy, and we can think about it again.
Yeah. And the NASDAQ, Aymane, this is your baby. You trade the NASDAQ, don't you? I see the NASDAQ is back to normal trading levels. Actually, the ATR is very low today. Right now, I just had a look. It was about 14 points. There we go. But today has been, you can just look at the 15-minute time frame. Just kind of very choppy to the side. No clear direction. I know the last 15 minutes we had a drop back to the pivot point, but it's definitely not. It's not setting up nicely for any trades, not for me anyway, because I like to see. I look at the 15. Aymane, let me tell you what I look at, man. I know you look at footprint charts. You guys are the hunters, the footprints, and I don't know what else. But I just look at just price action, 15-minute, half an hour, and the 1 hour. I just want to get 2 of these time frames to line up to tell me the same story. That could be maybe a breakout out of resistance area on the half an hour, and also looking bullish on the 15-minute, or the half an hour and the 1 hour. Any 2 of those 3 time frames, and then on the 1 minute time frame, I'll just look at support and resistance. And it's the static horizontal levels, the static support resistance, and also the dynamic support resistance I have is the VWAP. So VWAP, 1 standard deviation, 2 standard deviation, but it needs to line up with what I see on the longer time frames. But anyway, just what I see here on the NASDAQ is it's just completely died down, really died down compared to the.
I think these markets are kind of thinking, where's all this? What happened with all this volatility? It's like
we need some
we need a
unexpected
tweet.
news.
We need a tweet. Yeah.
Trump tweet.
Yeah, we need a tweet. I think to shake things up a bit. All right.
So on the NAS, I've got 18604 as my kind of little double top trigger to go short.
Is it on the CFDs or on the June contract?
Yeah, on the CFD.
What's the value?
So the low 18604, the low of the 14th.
18604. Let me just type the value in there. 18604. Let's have a look. Where's that? Oh, there. Okay. So the low of this bearish candle, yeah.
Yeah. I think crack that, and then we can start, because we still got that kind of on the intraday chart from the very low. For me, we've still got a 3-wave move, an ABC. That is counter trend until we break the high.
For me, like the big bullish candle, like it's a little bit tricky because it's a little bit tricky because if like there is real buyers, we could see at least some continuation before the retracement. But when the candle closed, and especially the daily, we saw directly retracements, and then the volume died. For me, if it was the same pattern, let's say on the 15 minutes, it's sometimes to sell for taking some sales. Sorry, Howard, I cut you.
No.
Don't worry about it. No. Howard cuts himself off. Listen to that.
So that's what I'm saying. It's for me that. You what? I've got a downside trigger, and because the structure is bearish, so that's where I'm at. So.
Yeah, it's definitely bearish, but the volume just completely dried up. Very quiet today.
Today, definitely the ATR was really low. There was no news. The calendar, there was no like something interesting. I took some scalps. Maybe later I will show the small video, but compared to the last week. For sure, like you can see I trade the 1 minute and the smaller time frame. You can see that the volatility is really low. The ATR, I think, on the 1 minute is like 20 points. So it's, let's say it went back to normal.
It's now probably now it's 20, but it was I think about before that we had this 15-minute candle to the downside. The ATR was 14, so very slow. I mean, I had to reduce my because I trade micros.
Same in this volatility also. I trade micros.
No, I trade micros in slow markets, man. Okay. So that was very difficult for me. I had to stay out because I trade like two micros and with 100 tick, so it's a bit wider. With 100 ticks and 25 points stop loss, and I can just move it lower to where it makes sense on the chart. And then the same with the take profit, but I can move that to wherever it makes sense on the chart as well. But if you trade two micros, you can't go. I mean, it was just impossible. It was just couldn't trade. But
like when I saw the open on Sunday, I saw that there was a gap of I think 2% on the open on the NQ, and I was expecting like high volatility this week because for me it's sort of like a measure to see the the volatility and the ATR. So I was expecting more of maybe the same ATR that we had last week, because I think at the open, I'm not sure, but I think we had 2% gap at the Asian session on Sunday. So, but so
interesting time. But I've also learned, Aymane, you also know this, I think the market is going to do this, and then you learn the market doesn't really care what you think. Doesn't care what you think. You're just gonna kind of act on what's currently happening, and that's how I literally trade as well. Like these levels that you identify, we'll look at Bitcoin as well. With my controversial takes.
You're still doing okay, yeah?
Yeah, let's have a look. My Bitcoin trades, when the one I opened on Friday and the one yesterday, and so they're still okay. But we'll go into that just now. This is on the Hola Prime account, obviously. So let's have a look at. Okay, I spoke about the pound US dollar, and then on Bitcoin. See, Bitcoin for me is we in this range now. We're moving to the side. I do think the next resistance level is over here. This is the next resistance level. This is that 61.8 Fibonacci retracement area. And then we have a little spike there. So this 88,761 is a resistance area. Now, how am I going to do this? Well, I'm going to look at, well, first of all, this is again, assuming it's going to go there. If this does drop, it's got two friends here, that little pivot here and that the higher low. I do think this higher low is a very strong pivot. The second entry is not as strong as the first one. That's just obvious, okay, because it's further away. But if this goes up to this resistance area, I will look at how price or how it approaches it, if that makes any sense. If it breaks through quite aggressively, I'll keep the trade open, and maybe I'll look for a retest and then open a third trade, okay, because I'm in two positions now. The first one was after it retraced off to the 61.8 Fibonacci level, and then the second one was when it broke through this diagonal line and came to retest this zone. I think, Howard, you were in the session when I was explaining this. And then broke back up above it. So that's where I got into the second trade. So this resistance area here, if it trades to that level quite gradually, for example, over here, that's not good, okay? I'll get out at the resistance level. But if it's a really strong, for example, something like this, it's do you understand what I mean? If it just crashes through that resistance, I'll keep it open. So those are the two things that can happen. But at resistance levels, I don't like to make decisions at those levels. Very similar to the pound US dollar, right? I don't like this. This is not a high probability place to do anything, right? It can either break out or it can pull back. Well, the probability to do for one thing to happen over another, or, it's very difficult to stack probabilities in your favor for either direction. Does that make sense? How can you say, well, the probability is definitely higher for this to break out very strong, or the probability is higher for this to go lower first? It's tricky, right? So it's typically not a good area. I like to, if I get a really strong breakout, I'll wait for a retest. But this steep climb, no, it's it needs to come down. It needs a breather. It needs to come down. But anyway, the point is just at those levels, you don't just make decisions. You don't just enter. Even on the scalping, when it breaks out, I don't just buy the breakout. It needs to retest it, and then I will buy it if it can bounce off the retest. Anyway, so I think so that's the plan. If it goes to this resistance and it kind of just gradually trades to this resistance level, I'll take the second position off, but not the first one, because I am expecting a pullback, right? If that's how it trades to that level. If it just breaks through really strongly at that level, I'll keep it open. But stick around every day, Monday to Friday. We'll look at the charts, and you'll see how I manage these two positions that I have open at the moment. But I am bullish on Bitcoin. It's just we'll just see what happens at that level if it does go up. But at the moment, we're just kind of ranging at the bit. What's your thoughts on that, Howard?
Yeah, I guess pretty much as we're talking yesterday, that the structure from the low to the high is overlapping. Should I show my screen just to show what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
1 second.
I'm not really sure. Oh, is that Joe? Is that it?
Okay.
I think I've had, yeah, there we go. You can see it.
Is it coming through?
Yeah, we can see it.
There we go. Okay. Should be coming through. Be a bit of a connection.
Oh, Howard, you and your dial-up connection.
Round and round and round it goes.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, 1 second. Is it coming through?
Yeah.
I'll stop sharing. Yeah, go back. Okay. Go back to yours for the time being, just while it comes through. Yeah, and I'll show you on the intraday, the hourly or the 30-minute from the low on Bitcoin.
No problem. Yeah, I think you spoke. Yeah, no, I remember you spoke about yesterday. You mentioned something about this low year, right? They did a very similar thing. Yeah, you see, okay, but what the difference? There's a big difference here. Remember, the catalyst for this trade is the strong support level on the monthly. That's the kind of, again, that's the backbone of this trading idea. It comes off a very strong monthly support level. To show you, yeah. Well, obviously, you see that.
Yeah. I think they both do. Yeah, I think they both do. Although the second one's
I think that. Well, no, I think. Well, the second one. No, that's a bit too far away. And you're also hitting a support level there. I was still bearish all along, even in this little uptrend. But when it came that, it missed the major support level by, I think, about $500. So that's, to me, is very different. And this is also a confirmed double bottom with that Fibonacci retracement up to between the 50 and the 61, and then a continuation to the upside. It looks good to me. I mean, I know we all have our different views, but I'm definitely bullish on this.
Sorry, Jannie, like you think that like you are more, of course, like bullish, but you think from there like we can visit the all-time highs, or
I don't know. I don't know. Look, first of all, we need to. It's this resistance area here for me. Okay, so it's really going to. Yeah, so it's really going to depend on what happens there. Again, if it just kind of like, kind of stumble its way to the resistance level, I'll definitely get out on the second position, not the first one. And then I'll wait for a pullback, and then I'll enter a second position again. And if we break out, then on a retest, I'll enter a third position. That's how I see it. Does that make sense? Okay. And then from there, you just have to follow the structure as you go along. Like, every the 6 4-hour candles that gets added every day, you're just gonna have to monitor, because the picture changes every day. The picture changes. Apart from today, it looks exactly the same as yesterday. It just moved sideways.
Well, the only difference, I guess, is it took out the swing high, and we just seen a big down bar or candle. So if you were buying the break,
you mean this big down candle?
Yeah,
but you're in the range. That doesn't mean much. That big bearish candle means nothing.
It means if you bought the breakout, you're screwed, unless you got a very big stop.
Well, if you bought the breakout, you really need to kind of reassess like how you trade, because that's a resistance area, right? And
in a bull market, resistance levels go, don't they?
Yeah, but this is not. We're not quite in a bull market yet.
No, we're not, are we?
This is just like this. No, this is just the early signs of the market turning.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, for breakouts, like it's probably wise to wait for the candle to close to confirm that you are closing outside of the resistance area. But yeah, we'll see how long this. It did look very good when I saw that. Like, oh yeah,
It's
and then
going.
I
It's
looked
going.
at
It's away.
well, no, but when you look at the structure, you just kind of this is not. This is a range. This is not breaking out of anything significant. It's a very kind of weak, even a consolidation.
Yeah, again, I think as with the S&P and even crude oil, which I'm looking at as well. Yeah, you break through that last higher low. That for me is kind of the end of the corrective bounce. But we haven't done it yet, obviously. So it's one to keep your eyeballs on.
Yeah. So the other scenario is if this does fail. So if it doesn't go to this resistance level, and it fails and it takes me out here, then remember this: you've got a higher low. So we that's going to be very important to make a higher low. So the next step would be to identify where's a point or a level of interest for price action to make another higher low. And there's no real clear support here that you can identify. So if that's the case, I always use Fibonacci retracement levels. That's if it doesn't make a higher high, or if it doesn't break that high, right? If it just comes down from where we are right now, then this 61.8 would be the next logical point to identify a support level. Okay, so if we draw that level there, so around 81,500, around there. That's if it fails, but I think it looks pretty solid. It looks pretty good for it to go to that resistance level for now. But so yeah, that's basically the three markets. Yeah, that's the NASDAQ, the pound, US dollar, and Bitcoin. Hey, Andre, good to see you, man. Howard, you've got a question from Andre.
Yeah, back on cable. Yeah.
What is the analysis for pound US dollar? Yeah,
I think I've got the charts. Let's try this again. Okay, so here we are. We're about to maybe close above the previous swing high, which is not a bad sign if you're expecting the thing to go higher. No real clear signs of failure. I guess it would be nice to as Jannie says, to see some kind of corrective pullback, but looks to me like pullbacks, they're going to be very kind of limited. Maybe a day or two sideways kind of things, just narrow ranges. But I think what we're doing really is we're in the early stages of this big move up. So as I said yesterday, I don't know if you saw it, but I wouldn't want to necessarily fade this kind of move. And it seems that sterling is taking a little bit of leadership compared to the euro. The euro is not making new highs, the pound is. The yen's not making new lows. So it seems to be a very strong cross. So for me, just looking for good buying opportunities, really.
Yeah, Andre, make of that what you will. Just yeah, it's basically what we. I think Andre may have missed or joined a little bit later. Yeah, or just a few minutes ago. Okay, you've got. Sorry, Aymane.
I'm currently in a scalp, and if I can show it.
Yes, show us.
Just on trading view, I like it, and I saw what I like on the footprint. So if I could I enter somewhere here. So actually, basically, I was based on. So the way I trade is, I wait always for confirmation, and this was. Let's go here to break even. So we had like big candle. When I checked the footprint, we had like big clusters, and let's say the buyers were absorbed. Took this previous week, closed bearish, So let's close it because it's in a demand zone. So the idea was bearish. Took this previous week, close bearish. We test this week. Let me show you what I saw on the delta chart. Can you see the delta chart, the footprint?
No, you can only see the candlestick chart.
Let me make this high. Oops. So maybe there is some. Sorry for that.
We'll forgive you. Do you know what? Yeah, I actually. You know what? I'll show you now.
Yeah, I think it's up now.
Okay,
yes, it's.
I also entered one now, but my take profit will be closer. I'll show you now. Oh, okay, don't worry. I'll show you now. Like it's, you can carry on. Sorry, carry on.
So can you see like just the delta, the footprint chart, or it's still not showing up?
No, we can see your footprint chart.
Okay.
Before you explain, I'm so sorry. I'm so rude, but I have to because
okay. Yeah. It's
because I just want to show. You see,
and especially if it's scalp, like you have to show it quick because it's
okay. But this one is now. This one is not. But you see, this is a breakout and a retest. This is typically what I would take. Okay, with you have the half an hour and the 1 hour bearish, and then a breakout and with a retest. Okay, it's pulling back now, but my stop loss is just above that candle there, and my take profit is just above the 2 standard deviation. Okay, it's pulling back up now, but you get the trade or the idea of the trade, right? So you are looking at the footprint. What's your footprint chart saying right now? That would be interesting to see.
Right now. So right now,
first give us some commentary. Give us some commentary so I can know.
so right now in the footprint, we are in a demand zone, and the current 15-minute candle, we have a big cluster on the middle of the candle. So it's still positive. Like it could continue. Now we saw like minus 147 at the low of the candle. So we could see like absorption and maybe retracements. But how many minutes for the 15-minute to close? I think 3 minutes.
It's gonna stop. Yeah, it's gonna stop now. That's very close. We'll see.
Yeah, because we have like minus 147 is the biggest cluster on this candle, on the 15-minute candle. So maybe it could be just some absorptions for the sellers. So yeah, so it's normal that we have a retracement now because it's just.
It's retraced enough now. It needs to come back down now.
Okay.
Tell me when the footprint agrees.
So I think we could see now a small retracement. Let's wait for this 1 minute candle to close.
See now this I couldn't do this with last week with the big ATRs. It was just not possible because like I'll open the trade and I promise you 2 seconds. Look, you open a trade immediately, got stopped out. Cling. Like, okay. Okay. Because it's not really, because with 100 ticks, you don't even really need to check your ATR that often because it's usually pretty safe. You know,
so
the
seller update. Sellers are still in control. So they are holding the 18,929. So now 1 minute will close. I think we could see a small retracement
because we have like
to the upside, small retracements.
Yeah, we're getting that now, but hopefully that resistance level will hold
because
it's probably a little bit overextended on the 15-minute time frame. If you look at that candle, we'll see another 1 minute and then new candle will form. Hopefully the 15-minute will trade into that lower shadow and give me that little push lower. We'll see. Andre says, I was expecting a pullback to 1.3 to buy, but I see it going straight to 1.335. I think we
be lucky to get back to 1.3, but we'll see.
What? Yeah, 1.3. No, I don't. I think it's well, we never say never. That is a bit low. That's quite a long way down.
The way these markets have been going lately.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the ATR. What's today's? How much did it move today?
The ATR for the day.
No, I mean, sorry, no. On the pound US dollar is 80, 90. So that's quite low, actually.
Yeah,
that's a pretty slow day for the pound US dollar.
We get used to the volatility.
Yeah,
low volatility precedes high volatility.
Yeah, it's like it definitely kind of slow day anyway. Yeah, I think I don't know what are you going to trade, Andre? Oh, well, you did say you see it going straight to 1.335. Where is 1.335? Yeah, I've got my level at 1.337, so not far off.
Good enough.
Yeah. Oh, what happened there? Got stopped out. Got stopped out. Fine. Your turn, Aymane.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
man.
the idea of this, if I will go through the whole idea and why I get out when I was talking, because simply we are because it was a tricky one. So we are sitting in a demand zone. For me, we are in a demand zone. So normally my target should be here at the low, but just because like I had to wait just to show it a little bit, so I was following more the delta to avoid this small pullback, because so we are, let's give the whole context from the beginning, from today, and then come to the trade. It will be much better. Show the levels. Yeah, so let's start from the 4 hours. So from the 4 hour time frame, say we are sitting in a supply zone. So the way I draw my area of interest, so those sorts of candles that took this previous week, you can see here, close bearish, and we had continuation. So for me, those sorts of candles, there is like something happening there. There is big money, or so it's for sure something happened here. Otherwise, like in ideal market, let's say, we will not break this high before going lower. So there is like a lot of aggressivity, let's say, here on this type of zones. So that's why I am basing my zones based on this sort of candle, because like when you are following those type of candles, when they are printed live, you can see that we took the previous candle and we came back really, like in, like, for example, if you are watching the 5 minutes and you got this type of candle, this type of movement here, it's happened in a few seconds. So there is some aggressivity here. So that's why I draw, like, this is the 4 hour, I draw this supply. So we touch the supply here. We had a little bit of retracements. Let's say we are having now, where is it? Yeah. So we have like a double bottom here. Now we have this big push, we have a double top, but we are still ranging. For me, it's still valid if we still come up to the 50% of this area, or even to the wick. So between the 19,583 and the 20,034, I will still be looking for like sells. Of course, there will be a fresh zones that they will be created if we are moving up. So I will be aware of it and I will draw those fresh demand zones. But yeah, so we are in a supply. Monday, we had a little bit of slow Monday. We have a move later at 11. We have interesting move. So we created the low here of, let's say, the new NY session, the low of yesterday. The ASEAN session also, we had like we say in a range, let's say. So today we open up aggressively a little bit, and for me, we had this candle right here. So we have big bearish candle, and we took this previous week and we closed bullish. So for me, there is signs, especially when we start to move up. For me, I was looking more for buys from here and sells from here, from this supply here and from this supply here. Actually, I missed my trade. It was around here, just because it moved so fast, so I didn't have the time to to enter. So basically, if I will show the footprint chart, just to show what was happening on this area. So let's share the entire screen. And there we go. So yeah, it was here. So actually, this is the 5-minute delta chart. So let's start with the volume. So we have 30,000 here. We have 12,000. So the volume is decreasing here, and then before the move, we had like a 13,666. And when I checked the news, because it happened too fast, I didn't have the time even to think. I found out that there is like the EU, something related to tariff, like the EU said that there is a slow negotiation, something related to this. So we have this instant move to the downside. The 15-minute delta chart, it looks more clear. Let's switch to the 15 minutes. We can see like a clear, just to compare the volume. So we have this is the NY open at 3:30 my time. So the volume was 29K. So after that 21K, next 15-minute candle. And you can see, to be honest, I was more bullish even from here. Why? Because we have big clusters here at the low of the candle. Normally when there is the buyers will get absorbed, we see big clusters on the top and there is no continuation, like they hold this price. So there is big clusters. Normally, logically, when you see a big clusters, most of the time just retest and continuation if the buyers are aggressive. But because of we are in a supply zone, the context always matter. Like when I'm watching following the footprint, I always check the context, because if I see just what's happening here, I can get lost. So we took this previous 15 minutes candle, close bearish. I waited here for the price, how it will react, and then we broke again the 15 minutes, and then we created some big clusters at the top of the candle. We can see here some positive clusters: 194, 144, 128. So for me, it was like, okay, so there is some sellers are entering the market. So I was waiting more of, okay, let's see how the price will react to those clusters here, come back, maybe give us a failure, double top, and then take the sell. But the move happened too fast, maybe also because of the news release. But yeah, so I took a couple of scalp, if I can share them. Couple of scalps. If it's not too long.
Like, how long are they?
No. I will move them fast. So let's see.
No, I'm just joking.
So yesterday with Coach Paul, I said like the plan for this week. So it was more Monday, no trades. Today, which is Tuesday, I said that I will take a couple of scalps, and Wednesday, Thursday, I will search for an intraday movement, simply because of, let's say, news for me. Like when we have a pre-market news, let's say unemployment claim or some red folders news on the pre-markets. So when we have the NY open, of course I have to get some confirmations. I look more to run my trades, so I don't scalp. So I search for an intraday movement. So today it was more about scalps, switch off between some accounts. So I took actually the.
So
first
are you?
trade
Sorry, Aymane.
Yes.
Why are you switching between intraday and scalping? Is that just for your mental health, or why? Or why do you switch between? Is it a better day for you to scalp, or why do you? How do you determine that on Tuesday you want to scalp and Wednesday you want to take an intraday trade?
Yeah, so purely basically on the calendar. So for me, in the normal days, not like now with the tariff, etc. So in normal days, for me, from my data, between, let's say, 70%, it's like we get this. So when we have, let's say, a day where we have unemployment claim or PPI or ADP and we have it like pre-market, most of the time when the NY open, so there is no indecision, let's say. So there is most of the time there is a clear trend. So
Yeah.
I look
Okay.
more to take an intraday movements. But when the calendar, like we don't have nothing in the calendar, so I am more open to take just quick scalps, because the market can open and go for, let's say, 100, 200 points, hit some supply and come back, retrace the 200 points.
So much more of a technical market rather than a fundamentally driven market.
Yeah.
And how do you like, and in terms of your the size that you trade? Like, obviously, if you trade, I assume you look at what do you look at, the 15-minute when you do intraday, or what time frame do you look at?
Okay, so for the 50, I use actually all time frames daily to check, like if we are in a range or we are trending, just to know just have an idea where we are sitting on the daily. So, and then I switch between the 1 hour, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 5 minutes. So for intraday movement, the entry it's on the 5 minutes. But
Okay.
I am based on the 1 hour. So when I say intraday movements, I don't know if it's the correct like definition of it, but like everyone have his own
You keep
definition.
you keep it open for longer compared to a scalp, basically.
Just for longer. Let's say 1 hour, or let's say 1 hour 30 max. So I keep it longer, and I am more confident to keep it longer.
And then then what I was going to ask is your trade size. Is it typically half the size, or because it's the 5 minute, right? So the ATR is not the same.
Yeah. So purely I am basing, because when I let's say take a trade, A plus setup intraday trade, so I have let's say two max per week, because I don't trade Mondays and I don't trade Fridays. So I have just Tuesday.
You lazy bugger. No, but you're right. Fridays, like, I agree with Fridays. I think Fridays for me, especially on the NASDAQ, is first hour and a half. That's it. Anything after that on Fridays is just not a good idea in my experience. But you can get some good trades on Fridays. It's not always, but you know.
For me, it's more about having a good weekend and not. So if I did well, I have like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So for me, it's quite enough to make profits. For me, Friday it's a tricky day, because you can, if you are having a losing week, let's say you are -1 or 2%, or you are down for the week.
That's your Friday, weekend done. The weekend spoiled.
Just from my data, like I found out that if I don't trade Mondays and Fridays, like my win rates go so better, so high than when I trade Mondays and Fridays. And I'm sorry, like the NFP week is the only week where I trade Mondays. So when we have an NFP week, I trade Mondays, because there is volatility, there is movements on Monday, but I don't trade Friday most of the time. So NFP week is the only week where I trade Mondays. It's just based purely on data, like nothing, just my performance over the past years.
Yeah,
so,
that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think you wanted to. Oh, is that a 32-minute video?
No. I will not let it.
Let me get my popcorn. Yeah, sorry.
So this is actually, I explained it a little bit yesterday in the afternoon session, like just the scalping strategy. So I'm based on, of course, the delta, but this type of candles. So a candle which took like the previous week, you can see here that we took the previous week, close bullish, plus the context. Context is always important. We were bullish. So if you remember the charts here, we had a 1 hour that took this previous week and closed bullish on the 1 hour. So we are bullish. I was bullish, even though we were in a supply zone, but the momentum was strong. So I missed actually a couple of trades that they were really nice to take here, but I got some trades here, and I added. Let me show you. So just to explain quickly first, the strategy is simply when I have this sort of candles and my context align with it. So took previous week close bullish. I go to the 30-second. So 30-second to price my entry. So I look for the same sort of this candle on the next candle here. So here, so let's say this 5 minutes candle close here, let's say here. So I am looking for sort of this candle. When I get it, there is momentum. I took a buy, or in this case it's a buy, and my stop loss, it's below the candle or 30-second candle or the ATR. So if the ATR is 17 now, so my stop loss will be 17 or below the candle. So, and I aim just simply on 1-to-1, 1-to-2, 1-to-2 risk reward. So
Okay.
the win rate for this strategy, again, Monday it's not working well, Fridays is not working well. So win rate for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for the couple months now. So it's between like 65, 73 win rates.
Okay.
It's really simple strategy. And yeah, so I got the confirmation, for example, here on the 3 minutes. Is it 3 minutes? Yeah. So we took this previous week, close bullish. Again, we are inside this demand here, took this previous week, close bullish. We had continuation. And then I got the confirmation candle right here. You can see this candle here. Took this previous week, close bullish. This is micros. So this is micro contract. So I put it below the zone. So for me, this is, I call it the break. So the break, and there is the retest. So if we came back, retest this zone, and we didn't took the highs here, I could add more. So here,
Do you
actually,
add more? Do you add to your position in scalping?
Actually, I add. Yeah, I add. But
You do?
here you can see that this example was actually perfect to answer your question, because we came to the 19, let's say 120, but we didn't break the highs. So I took like 5 micros. We didn't took the high, and we came back to this zone. I checked the footprints. I will show it here, and I saw that okay, there is like some sellers got absorbed on the 1 minute with big clusters, and then I add. So here I add, just because we still didn't get the move. Just now I am fully in. And I was so close to get stopped out in this position. It was a risky one. Yeah, here. So it was like, I don't know, maybe 2 points. One point.
Sorry to interrupt you, Aymane, but doesn't the 1-to-1 risk reward ratio frustrate you? Is it not like I mean, for me, like, say if you trade say on Forex, for example, if you trade the 4-hour time frame, 1-to-1, I don't like 1-to-1s. It's so frustrating for me. If I win one and lose one, it's like, might as well have watched some TV. I don't like it. I really don't like 1-to-1s. But I understand we're all different traders, and but for me personally, I don't. But yeah, obviously you find, obviously it works for you, so that's all that matters, man.
Yeah. For me,
I like 1-to-1 sometimes.
I don't.
For me, just when about the psychology, like when you have higher win rates, your psychology is much better when you have let's say a strategy that give you a risk reward of, let's say 4 or 5, but you lose a lot, let's say 4 trades before you have the winning trade. So it's for me it's a little
but
bit,
I mean,
it's a little bit
you can still, I mean, you just need to look. I mean, we can. I've done this exercise in one of the sessions before. I think it was on a 50% success rate. Take a guess, Aymane. How many losses in a row do you think you can expect with a 50% success rate? Just a rough guess.
What is the risk reward like?
No. I mean, No, it doesn't matter. Like success rate is 50%, but how many losses in a row do you think you can expect in with a 50% success rate? If you just had to guess, just take a guess. It's not won't hold it against you if you're wrong.
Yeah, but how much you risk per trade? Like 1%?
That's not relevant because it's about no. That's not really. It's not about how much money you're going to make. It's about if your success rate is 50%, right?
Okay.
Say so over the course of 100 trades.
100 trades. So you win 50, you lose 50.
Yeah. How many losses in a row do you think you can expect? The answer is 7. The answer is 7.
So 7 losses.
7 losses in a row.
Okay.
Yeah. It's important to know that kind of stat. So especially if you are if you haven't been trading for a very long time, it's very easy to ditch or throw away the way you trade or strategy. If you have like 3 or 4 losses in a row, it's like, this is not working. And then you move on to the next thing, download the next indicator, go to the next course or follow the next person. Yeah. But you need to know those numbers, like if you have a success rate of say 60 or 70%, you can, but the 7 losses in a row that's statistically, I think that's the worst case scenario, 7, but it's possible, definitely possible.
So funny you should say that. I've got something I can quickly show if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. Just sorry, I think Aymane is still showing his video.
Oh, sorry, yeah, completely video.
So rude, Howard.
Oh, terrible. No. What am I like?
Sorry. No, just to add on what Jannie said, like it depends, like what's work for everyone. For me, this is I believe I have, like, especially in trading, like there is no right or wrong. There is just what works for you. It's right. So what's work for you, this is the right thing. So for me, like that's why I have a, let's say, a game plan. So starting the week, I know when I will scalp. I know when I will get like a risk reward of 2-3. So I know like my game plan for the week. So this scalping strategy, sometimes I aim when there is momentum. I aim for 3-4 risk reward. Like here at the NY Open, like if I took this trade, it was like a 4 risk reward. I will not aim for 4. I will aim max for 2, but it's still. So yeah, but 7 losses in a row, it's quite interesting.
Yeah, I got that from ChatGPT. When I opened it up, like this is I don't know when, probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, we did a session. We just did that exercise. Yeah. So if you have your win rate, you just go to ChatGPT. Over 100 trades with a 50% success rate, how many losses in a row can I expect? Like 100 is a good batch, right? Okay. So yeah. But anyway, that it's important to know that.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna have a losing streak, and you need to know what you can expect. Sorry, do you still want to play a video for us?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Go on.
Just I will show just this last one, just because you asked me before if I add. You can see here I didn't wait for the target, so I took partials here, and again the price will come back. You can see we didn't take the highs. So we create, let's say, a double top. So for me, like I check the footprint. Let's show it quickly and finish there. So I think I show it here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, here. So here, this is what I saw on the delta chart. I saw this. It's my area, and we had like a big cluster in my area at the low of the candle, and I waited for this candle to open. I saw there is momentum, so I jumped in. So for me, this is trap. Sellers were absorbed. So yeah. So to not make things longer, I will stop here.
Howard is chomping at the bit, so
I'm
let's give him
chomping.
an
I'm
opportunity.
chomping. It's just that you were saying seven consecutive losers. So I wanted to show you something that I've got,
Okay.
which kind of backs you up on that point. Let's have a look. Just have a quick. Let's see. Should be coming through very shortly.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, a little algo that I've developed on works on euro dollar and dollar yen, and it's literally this is going back 10 years. That's the equity curve back 10 years. Can you see the equity? Can you see these charts? I'm not sure if you can.
Yeah, there's those ugly, like really 1980s bar charts. Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, you can see the bar chart. Hang on, let me share the other thing. Let's hang on. Let's stop sharing. I just want to show you the stats. Just have a look. 1 second. Present. Share screen. Okay, where is it? This one. 1 second. 1 second. That goes down there. Right, let's try that. Okay, hopefully, here we go. Oh no, you still got that. You still got that. I want to show something else. Hang on.
No problem.
It's the technology. It's the technology. So you can still see the chart, yeah. So if I lose that and I lose that, stop sharing, present, share screen, and hopefully this time we can find it. 1 second. Right,
and just like about to wait for Howard, like Yanni, about the seven losses in a row, is it? You said
Right
it doesn't matter how much you risk. That doesn't matter because I didn't.
No, because this is purely based on win percentage, right? So your risk and reward ratio, your risk reward has got nothing to do with this. It's just purely like what's your win rate, and this to determine how many losses in a row can you expect. So it's just win rate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and like you can like if yours is well, we can see that equity curve. Is that
and these are the numbers behind it. So 7 consecutive losers, as you said. That's the reason I wanted to show you, because you said 7. So here's your 7.
Oh wow!
So
what is the how many trades was that?
1,189. This is 10 years of euro dollar.
Wow.
And what is this? What is the success rate?
It's 66%. Although actually no, it is 66%. There's no although. Yeah, 60 2/3 hit ratio. Although the average win is basically 0.7 to the average loss. So it's actually you're actually you're grabbing a profit at 0.6, 0.7.
Yeah, that's not really good. Well, the thing is, 66% over 10 years, but there will have been periods where it was lower. That's and other periods where it was higher, right? You can just. Especially those dips and so on.
Yeah, you can see the drawdowns. There are drawdowns along the way.
Very nice curve. It's just,
that's not too bad, is it?
Very nice.
Yeah, I got that one today. Basically sell low, cover short, even lower. That's the idea. So it kind of sold it there, sat through some chop, and then took the profit there. Looks like it's going to continue lower, but still. And
nice.
on dollar yen, similar kind of idea. Find it. Similar kind of numbers on dollar yen. That's dollar yen.
Dollar yen has also done nothing today, eh? Like a little kind of inside doji type of candle, small body.
Yeah, not a lot of not a lot of fun.
The whole market was quite. Yeah.
So yeah, there's the same strategy on dollar yen over the same period, but again, you've got that 7 consecutive losers. So I just wanted to say you hit the nail on the head there, Jannie, with your 7 consecutive losers. You can handle that in a good system.
Well, that was thank you. I can't take credit. It was ChatGPT. I asked ChatGPT, but it was just interesting to know, right? What how many losses? But that is a question many traders ask and they don't know the answer. But you first need your other stats. Like you need to have a win rate first. If it drops lower obviously, we're not gonna. Do you want to have a look? You want to have a look?
It's quite interesting. Thank you,
Yeah.
Howard.
Yeah.
Coach.
No,
Yanni.
it's always good to know how far down you go, right?
Yes, exactly. But it definitely helps with things like position sizing, especially if you want to control your drawdown. Yeah, how many losses can you? If you take 1% risk, which is what I'm doing on Bitcoin, I know it's high, but you know my success rate is 99.9%, so I can do it. Not really, not really. Obviously, not really. Obviously, not really. Yeah, sorry.
For me, I don't have like static risk. It depends on the setup. So sometimes 10 contracts.
Yeah, like on a
micro,
50 account.
15.
Sorry to interrupt, but
yeah,
like,
please go.
On a 50K account, like a futures account, right? 50K. It's really a $2.5 account, right? It's a 2.5K account.
Yes.
But I trade 2 micros with 100 ticks. That's 25 points. That's $100 risk. Now, a lot of people will say 2 micros. What are you doing? It's a 4% risk you're taking on the 2.5K. You're taking 4% risk. Trading 2 micros. So if you trade bigger than that, you need to get up. I don't know. I know you trade minis. I don't know how you do it. You know,
for me, it's more about.
I'm too old. I'm an old man.
No. You are totally. I totally agree with you. Just when you like surpass the threshold, your drawdown, if you are trading, it's become static. So you have 2K. So if you are above 2K in profit, so like you can be aggressive more. But in the beginning, when you have your account, let's say, so you should keep it small as much as possible. For me, I have 2 approaches. It's simple. Aggressive approach, which I don't recommend. Just aggressive approach. It's more.
You're supposed to recommend your own kind of way of trading. That's the
No, it's not. Okay. It's not for everyone. Aggressive approach. It's more of like. It's not for everyone. Or just let's say conservative approach with like 5 micros, 3 micros, and
Yeah, 5 micros for me is also it's just too much because especially when you look at the things like the win rate. I'm talking about being consistent. You know, not like keep blowing accounts and that sort of thing. If you want to be consistent, you have to trade small. You have to, because you need to accept that you are going to get those losses in a row. But if you want to make money quickly, go for it, man. Go for it. I say go for it. You're still young.
No. It's not about quickly. Like I don't agree with the fact that money come quickly, but it's more about a portfolio, how you handle your accounts. If you have different accounts and you want to treat one aggressively, it's, as I said, I don't recommend. Conservative way for me, my definition of it is 5 micros, 10 micros for me, because it depends not just on how many micros you take, it depends on how many trades you take per day, it depends on a lot of factors. So it's not just how many contracts you take per trade, but also how many trades.
No, I agree with you. Just based on, I'd like to give my trades a little bit of room. 100 ticks, 25 points. That's even that is pretty tight. It just depends on the ATR. But if I lose one trade with one mini, I'm down $500. You know, and that's like, I've got 5 trades. You've got 5 trades, and then you wiped out. You see, it's like, hang on a minute, that's not good. That's not good.
But you are right. Like as I said in the beginning, you have to be above the threshold, like the 2.5. If you start one mini from the beginning in accounts like either funded accounts or let's say, so for me, I always like conservative until I surpass the threshold of 2.5. So there is a fixed drawdowns, and then I can, if I am, for example, if there is an account and there is end of the day drawdown. So if I am up for the day, this is just in my plan, I can allow myself to risk a little bit more.
Yeah.
So
And do you like kind of reward yourself once you've allowed yourself?
sorry.
You allow yourself, so you have to. I don't know. Don't worry. Like I'm confusing myself. Don't worry. I just quickly wanted to show, if you don't mind, about gold, and just to show what I would like to see on. This is exactly what we spoke about earlier. We would like to see just a little bit of a correction. Gold is just insane, eh? Like it's. I mean, the move, and I don't know when it's going to end. But yeah, typically, obviously, people are going to gold in times of uncertainty, and it's just not stopping.
Yeah.
But the point I was going to make is just that we just need something like this on the daily on the pound US dollar. If we can just get if tomorrow is going to engulf that candle, I suppose, and it's coming off a resistance. You see, gold is not coming off a resistance. It's just keeping making it up. So it's not exactly the same, but I'm just, we need a little bit of a correction. That'd be great.
Gold's a bit further along, yeah.
Yeah. What else do you trade, Howard? You trade, you've been through the pound US dollar and the euro dollar, right?
Yeah. Not done a whole lot on the yen crosses lately. They're a little bit, a bit choppy. So yeah, dollar majors and just some occasional S&Ps and things. I've got still quite a strong view on the S&P. Let me just show you my chart there.
Oh, you wanted to short that? Aymane, you also like short over the long term, right? On the indices.
Short, yeah, I like more to sell than to buy. It's the movement when you take a sell, it happens faster, and so it's for me. So short.
Yeah, that's definitely true. It definitely drops, like on the NASDAQ. Like the drops happens a lot quicker than the when price goes up. Sorry, sorry, Howard.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Is you can catch some of that the momentum on the way down. So this one, pretty similar to perhaps not so much Bitcoin, because that's a little bit further along. It's done as you say, a longer did the double bottom, the retest, and made a new high. Whereas this one is struggling underneath the C leg high, the old support level on the daily chart. So you've got this kind of broken support. The rally stopped right at broken support. We've seen a sharp move down, impulsive move down. We've got the overlap between the A and the first leg up and the second leg higher. So yes, still struggling in that supply zone. I see the break of yesterday's low as a bearish trigger. So it'll double top, and then we're back down towards, certainly towards this higher low, and maybe beyond it once if momentum kicks in. So that's really where I'm kind of,
that is the
similar.
Sorry, Howard. I'm just trying to.
That's the S&P.
That's the 30-minute. That's a 30-minute time frame, right? So my question to you is just going to be like, how do you actually approach? What's your execution strategy look like? So if it approaches that level, like when do you actually pull the trigger for you? Like when is it like, okay, now I'm getting in? Is it a breakout retest?
I'd sell the breakout. I like the breakout. I like the breakout.
Just like when it pierces through, or when it closes below.
Just when it goes through, when it touches it, it may not fit. So sometimes it'll snap back inside, but other times you don't really want to. I like the idea of just getting in as everybody realizes they're on the wrong side of the market.
Yeah. So, but do you not go to perhaps like smaller time frame? I know exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying, because like sometimes when it, like Aymane, you can also probably just come in here, but especially on the indices, like if it breaks a support, especially a support, not so much resistance, but support to the downside, it can just fall through. And like if you wait for the candle to close on the indices, it's like, okay, it's too late now. It's it's already moved to my take profit.
I guess
the smaller time frames help.
That's really.
Yeah,
That's what you're
it's
up against at the end of the day. You need to make that decision whether you want to, whether you want to get in as the market's moving, or you want to wait for the pullback, which may or may not come. So it's
Yeah,
really
I think
a
it's
style
like
of,
it's not the same in Forex, right? Forex is for me is different. I don't know if you would agree with that.
yeah. There tends to be quite a lot of two-way stuff in Forex.
I think Forex, like from my experience, Forex, like big, if you, just my personal experience, if you want to trade Forex, you have to trade bigger time frame, like daily, 1 hour, 30 minutes. Don't go to the 5 minutes or the 1 minute, because just my personal experience.
I've been,
My
look, I've
personal- yeah.
actually, I have scalped. I mean, I did an exercise, for the, like in the beginning, like the first 2 or 3 weeks, I was building up I was trying to demonstrate that your win rate is not everything, and risk reward ratio is more important, and so on. But I was scalping the pound, US dollar, gold, the US 30, so the Dow Jones and the NASDAQ on the 1 minute time frame. And I wonder if I still have it. Sorry, one of you can continue. Otherwise, we're gonna like pause this thing. Sorry, Howard, you can carry on while I'm looking for this.
No worries, no worries. I'll just quickly go across to crude, because I think that's a similar kind of setup there as well. So we had that breakout of the descending triangle thing, big breakout on the weekly candles. Last week, a little bit of push lower, rebound, and small real body kind of thing. So we're kind of going sideways. We're just digesting that move down. So again, I'm looking for shorts on this one, in a similar vein to the S&P, where we had the big rebound, pullback, retest, and now we're struggling. I'll be looking to sell a downside break on West Texas as well, which again is is yesterday's low, really. So I think that could be a bit of a bearish trigger for a lot of these markets.
Yeah, I think you're right. Even though I haven't listened to a word you said. I'm joking. No, I was just looking for this image. I was looking for this image. It was just sorry. Yeah, so I'll just quickly show you what I was. So sorry, Howard.
Go for it.
So this was
right. You are.
This was the. This is what I was doing, right? So I was just trying to show that. You see, this. What was the risk reward ratio? You see, the average profitable trade was 863, losing trade 451. But look how smooth the trend looks. But with a win rate of only 63%. That's why I don't like 1-to-1s. Like I'll be very frustrated. So but anyway, this was just an exercise. But this was not just. This was a mix of scalping. As I said, the pound US dollar on the 1 minute. I know. And gold on the 1 minute, the NASDAQ and the Dow Jones, US 30. So, but the point of the exercise was just to really show that don't try to aim for 80 or 90% success rate. That's not the whole thing. It's like, it's a combination of your win rate and your risk reward ratio. It's one thing. You can't separate them from each other.
Sorry, Jannie, to interrupt you. Like, what is approximately your risk reward, average risk reward in a trade?
It depends on which market. Like scalping, probably about 1 to 1.5 and 1 to 2 between those levels. But on Forex, it's much bigger. But Forex, I want the minimum I would be interested in is a 1 to 2. If it's less than that, I won't take it. It's just no. 1-to-1 is like, I get very frustrated with 1-to-1s. I hate it. Like you win a trade, like, oh great, next one you lose it. It's like, back to where you were. Sometimes like just slightly in a loss between the two. It's like, this is, what am I doing? Yeah.
I understand.
But again, like you can obviously, like even with a 60% success rate, just with a 1-to-1, you can be successful. But you're going to, like, once you hit those 7 losses, well, you won't need 7 with a 60, it will be less, probably 5, 6, I don't know. Type into ChatGPT, you'll get your numbers. If you do that, then you know, it's frustrating. Then now you need to make 5 winning trades just to get back. You know, whereas if your risk reward ratio is 1 to 2 or bigger, it's the equity curve. Excuse me, it's just a lot smoother.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Andre's got a question on the cable. Where would the entry be? I'm looking at potentially around 130, 120 to 130, 150. Just looking at the 30-minute chart, there's some good support around.
Well, and that's interesting because I've identified that level, and maybe this level just below that as well. Maybe this range, 131 460 and 131 6 pips. This zone, that would be good. That would be a good zone. This is the 4 hour. But that would be a good zone. And then you can get, and then because it's already been to that breakout level with a strong bullish bias on longer time frames, nice pullback. And then with the second touch, it's obviously weaker than the first touch. So I wouldn't close the trade here. I would then expect it to go higher to 1.337 for me. So that would be a good risk reward ratio trade. Yeah, Andre.
Okay.
You can check those levels, but you know, you don't just buy. Don't just buy at this time. I like when it goes to those levels, like you want to see price. This is the nice thing about or the advantage of trading Forex that you don't have in futures, but they all, you know, they each have their advantages. But in Forex, you've got so much time to make a decision, especially on the 4 hour time frame. So I mean, it takes 4 hours for a candle to form. You've just got all the time in the world to just look at it and, you know, look at multiple time frames and look for confluences and just do it properly. We you know, the smaller time frames you don't, you know, you don't quite have that luxury. But anyway, where can we have? Oh, that's the only question. Any other questions? Aymane?
No, for me, like it's if I can go through just Bitcoin quickly.
Oh yeah.
Closing in.
There we go.
So let's start from the weekly because it's interesting what's happening.
Oh,
so,
you're still bearish? You still bearish? No, man. No, don't say that.
no, actually it's 50-50. It's 50.
Okay.
So let's delete it here.
I'm still bloody bearish.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
So
the thing is, like, you can be like, here's the thing, like, you can be right, but I can still be profitable on my trades. You know,
Exactly.
Does that make sense? It depends on the time frame. Yeah, depends on the time frame.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's the weekly. Sorry, Aymane.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Like for me, like let's start with the good news for you, Jannie. So
The good news and the bad news.
You want the good news or the bad? Carry on. Yeah.
So for me, it's more like, okay, so we had a lot of news before, a lot of, let's say, bad news that could melt the Bitcoin down, like we saw before on the gold. Let's say we saw the gold like this past week. I think we saw how 6-7% move to the downside. So we could see like similar move in Bitcoin in past few weeks because we had a lot of things going on, but still Bitcoin hold this area right here. For me, why I said like the 43K is just because for me, if we break this area, just my personal opinion, I think there is nothing for me here to like that can hold Bitcoin. It's similar to what's happened to DXY. I think on my first session with you guys, with Sam, and I mentioned this on the DXY. We had this area right here, and for me, I didn't expect it will melt like this. I expect more in a small range, this area to hold before melting down. And I have the same let's say same idea with Bitcoin. If this area will not hold, I think we're gonna see the 43. So the second scenario is, again, we have, let's say, we already form it, but still the price action and the movements on the daily and the 4 hour are more, let's say, choppy. That's why I don't see yet a move to visit the all-time high. So we already create, let's say, a double. For me, this is a double bottom. So yeah, so we could come to the 88K. This is the first resistance for me. Second resistance is the 93K. So there is this resistance here. So if we go lower, let's say the daily 4 hours, for me, like the price action, it looks a little bit like too slow. I don't know how.
At the moment, yeah, it's definitely ranging. But when it gets to 110,000, Aymane, you will have missed the move.
Sorry.
When it gets to 110,000, you would have missed the move. Look, I'm not saying what you're saying is not possible, but it's not kind of like when it comes to scenarios, specifically scenarios, then you're gonna have to focus on what's happening right now.
So what is happening?
Well, we've been through it before. So at the moment, we formed that double bottom right at the major support level on the monthly time frame. So if you go to the monthly time frame,
monthly time frame. Okay.
Monthly time frame. Okay. Can you see that it like hit that a major support level? Because the monthly is an uptrend.
Oh, yeah,
and it came down to touch. It looked like it was going to break down. It touched the monthly support level and then it bounced off. So to get so that's the time frame where you get your catalyst almost like, or the that's the reason why you want to be long right from there. And then if you go to smaller time frames, you want to see patterns playing out that is congruent or agrees with the fact that you just bounced off, or you're likely to move away from that level to the upside. So if you go to the 4 hour time frame where you are right now, you'll see that you find that that's that double bottom. Okay, but this is a confirmed double bottom. So it broke the neckline. So if you now and then it broke out and then it pulled back. So if you draw Fibonacci levels there from the lowest where you're right now, just draw flip levels from the low to that high. No, not that high, but before the pullback. Before the pullback, you see it made a higher low there. So just the low after the double bottom, the low after, so the higher low that formed after the double, just a bit higher. You see, like the price came between the 50 and the 61.8. Do you see that? So that's you'll use flip levels when there are no clear kind of resistance or support levels that you can identify where price can potentially retrace to. That's where I use flip levels. So then you'll see, okay, so it did find support there, and then it bounced back up to the upside. So that's forming a higher low. Now that all by itself won't mean much. Remember, the backbone or the catalyst for this trade is you bouncing off a major support level on the monthly time frame. Okay. And then you look for confluences on smaller time frames, and that's what we're getting right now. Now where we are right now is on the 4 hour is we in a range, we're ranging to the side, and then the next resistance level is if you look at your chart there at the 88,700 level. Right, so that's the resistance level there. That's going to be that's a pretty major resistance level. So that's why I've got two positions open. If it goes to that level, like I said earlier, if it just kind of gradually trade to that level, I'll close my second position, but I'll leave the first one still open.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you mind if I just show you my chart?
Yeah, for sure.
Or did you want to share? Sorry, I don't even know if you were finished with your.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You can. You have a trade which
Howard has
trade,
to listen to me repeating the same thing. Sorry, Howard.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm still mentally fighting against you. Don't worry.
You'll be okay. So this is the we pointed this resistance level out. Okay, where does this resistance level come from? Do you know? Apart from the fact that it's an obvious kind of resistance line, but it actually came from
double top.
I don't know if
so a double top breakout level.
It came from this very big spike, and you'll take it from this high and not this high, because this rally already had its pullback. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So and this was the 200 EMA. I think it bounced off there and then it just failed. But if you draw the FIB levels here, this is the level where we went short. Well, actually not that level. We were waiting for this. Oh, gee, this is getting a bit busy. My Spider-Man charts, like Andre says.
Spider-Man chart.
There, okay. So we had this pullback, but this is not the same as, for example, this double top forming here at the bottom. This is just a support level, but not nearly as strong as something that comes right to the support level and then you get your double bottom. Anyway, so this breakout here, and then we were waiting for a retest and then short all the way to the support level. This is where I changed my bias from short to neutral on Monday. Where are we today? Well, that was last week Monday. All right. Yeah, last week Monday I changed it from short to neutral, and then I just had a neutral to leaning towards the bullish side, but not ready to go long. I placed the first trade on Friday, the long trade. But anyway, I don't even know where I'm going with this. It was the point is that's a major resistance level. If we break out here, do you see how everything flows kind of from the monthly uptrend on the monthly major support level? Yeah, that's where we were. And then you look for confluences on smaller time frames to kind of agree with what you're seeing. So it's like it's confluences on multiple time frames. That's what you want to see. And even then we can still disagree with someone will say, no, I first want to see that level broken. And someone else say, no, I first want to see it pull back. And you can disagree with the actual entry criteria, because the bias is one thing. I always like identifying a bias is one skill set. Execution is a completely different skill set. They're not the same. So you can be you can have a very accurate bias, but then your success rate will be a step lower, right? Because maybe you need to take 2 trades. The first one was a loss, the second one works, but your bias, you write on your bias, the bias is correct. Yeah. But you may have to take 2 or 3 trades before it actually takes off.
Yeah. No, but like as I said, if this area hold that I showed earlier, like we can see like a visit to the all-time high. As you said, there is a couple of resistance that we should see the price how we will react from there. But
that's what that is. Thank you, Aymane. That's exactly what I'm saying. When you show the 42 level, what I'm saying is you need to focus on what's happening right now, and the 42 level is not happening right now. The opposite is happening right now. Does that make sense? That's just where I'm coming from. So if it changes, then because for me the picture will completely change when this higher low breaks. When this higher low breaks, I'll be like, ooh, right? But only then. Only then.
Yeah. On a daily chart, if you go from the all-time high to where we are now, you've got a series of lower highs and lower lows, right? I think the last lower high. Yeah.
Look at that. It's a bit messy. Let me see if I can find another.
It's a bit of a downtrend, as characterized by lower highs and lower lows, kind of thing. Yes.
Yeah. Well, the daily for me is it's not just a daily. I think the 4 hours is a pretty solid time frame. It's not the 15-minute time frame. 4 hours is quite a reliable time frame. So you won't always like. It's the same with my scalping as well. I don't always get. I'm not always clear on all 3 time frames. I just want to get at least clarity on 2 of them, not all 3. So the daily looks, I'll be right, made this lower high, but you're coming off a major support level. Don't forget that. And then on the confluence is at the moment is on the 4-hour time frame. Sometimes it will be on the daily, right? But anyway, talking about lower levels, it needs to first break this very strong structure coming off a major support level. If it breaks this, then I'll say, Aymane, can we have a call? I need your advice on how to trade that Bitcoin down, Bitcoin down to the 40s, but not now.
Yeah.
That's not a conversation.
It's your personal opinion. Like everything is possible in the markets, but for me, I see it more like if we break that level that I mentioned, I think there is nothing can hold Bitcoin. It's just my personal opinion. And
that's fair enough.
So the way I say it, I think about it also. It's yes, I agree with you. As a traders, we have to react. We should not predict. You know what I mean? So we react.
Yeah,
to
you
levels.
need to trade what you see, right? And this is
I agree with you. And that's why I start like my analysis with like the positive, like the bullish side. Okay, there is a few events.
Start with the positive news for me. I appreciate that, Aymane. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
The good news and the bad news.
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, it's not a big deal. If that trade stops me out, it's just part of trading. Yep. It's all about just like stacking the probabilities. One thing is more likely to happen over another thing, and that's literally
this
what
is
trading
edge. This is edge. It's just you repeat the same thing, loss win, and
exactly.
Bitcoin to the moon.
All right, guys, but that's time. Aymane, it was nice to speak to you. Howard, always nice to see you. Have a great evening, guys. Thank you for watching, and definitely have a good one. We'll see you guys soon.
Thank you.
Take care. See you
soon.
soon.
Nice to meet you, Jannie. Thank you, Howard.
Cheers. Bye.